What if the ruler who could have forged an empire of unimaginable power was drowned in the very tides of betrayal he sought to command? Picture this: a man, fierce as a thunderstorm yet burdened by the weight of his own lineage, is trapped in a deadly game, one where allies morph into foes faster than you can say a Mongol. The whispers swirl, thick as fog, hinting at a destiny that teeters perilously at the edge of history. Who could possibly survive the wrath of the Mongol horde when even ironclad loyalty fractures under the glare of ambition? Möngke Khan, a name that reverberates through time like a battle cry, stands at the center of a storm brewing over the steppes of Central Asia. With the cunning of a fox and the ferocity of a lion, he ascends to a throne built on the bones of 1,000 enemies. Yet, amidst the conquests and glory, shadows linger. Was it his vision that sparked the flames of war, or was it the insidious plots of those who called him kin? The very air crackles with tension, and the clash of swords sings a siren song of inevitable chaos. What drives a man to bind the fates of nations to his ambition? Wealth? Power? Or the insatiable thirst for revenge? As Möngke hurls himself into the maelstrom of political intrigue, he finds himself tangled in a web spun by deceit. His brothers plot in the dark corners of their shared bloodline, while the specter of Genghis Khan looms, an ancestral ghost both guiding and haunting his every decision. Can loyalty withstand the corrosive touch of ambition, or does it only serve as kindling for the flames of treachery? The stakes are nothing short of apocalyptic. Each day, every decision could shatter alliances forged in the crucible of war. In a world where trust is as fleeting as a summer storm, even the bravest hearts quail. Imagine the tension as Möngke's ambitions spiral out of control, dragging entire nations into the vortex of conflict. The hammer strikes the anvil, forging not just weapons, but destinies themselves. Who will rise, and who will drown in the tide of history's merciless waves? And there lies the greatest question of all: what will become of the man who inherits the legacy of the greatest conqueror in history? The answer hides behind the veils of time, waiting to be unearthed, waiting to unleash the storm. Will Möngke Khan carve his own path through the chaos, or will he become another pawn in the ruthless game of power? With each breath, the tension mounts, and history hangs in the balance. Secrets and betrayals dance like shadows on the walls of palaces and tents alike. This is not merely a tale, it's an electrifying clash of wills, where every heartbeat echoes the eternal struggle for supremacy. Buckle up. The ride through the blood-soaked sands of the Mongol Empire is about to begin, whether you're ready or not. In the shadow of a sprawling steppe, amid the ruthless winds that howled like the lamentations of the Forsaken, there lay a camp, a swirling tempest of chaos and fervor. An army, ravenous for conquest, awoke with violent urgency. The air was thick with the scent of fear and ambition, and I stood there, heart pounding, eyes wide, witness to the raw pulse of history unfolding. Somewhere, a distant horn blared, fracturing the eerie silence of dawn, and it was in that moment I felt it, that cold grip of destiny tightening around a young boy's throat, Möngke Khan. I remember the stories whispered around the flickering fires at night, tales laced with pride and dread, tales of a bloodline that coursed with the essence of conquerors. His mother, Sorgatani Becky, proud and fierce as a lioness protecting her young, had a gaze that could freeze a man in his tracks. I remember the very first time I saw her, a figure both regal and tragic, haunted by the weight of her lineage. She spoke of honor like a sword unsheathed, her voice cutting through the gloom. She was a woman shaped by the fierce winds of the steppe, yet bound to a world where men wielded power with iron fists and cruel hearts. But beneath her strength lay a sorrow, a relentless burden. I remember the night she would stare out into the darkness, her breath visible in the cold air, as if searching for something she had lost, perhaps the fleeting dreams of a life where her sons would be more than just pawns in a grand, bloody game. Would they rise to become warriors, or mere shadows of a legacy that was always one breath away from being extinguished? And there was Tului, Möngke's elder brother and a tempest in his own right. His laughter rang out like a battle cry, vibrant and intoxicating, yet shadowed by an insatiable hunger for validation. I remember seeing him, a boy too big for his skin, wrestling with that gnawing insecurity. He flung himself into every challenge, every skirmish, seeking not merely victory, but a glimpse of the brotherhood he craved, a connection buried beneath layers of expectation and tradition. I watched him spar with their cousins, muscles straining, teeth gritted, his laughter a fierce mask against the specter of inadequacy that loomed behind him. But that laughter, it was not enough, never enough. I could sense the creeping darkness, the whispers of doubt that coiled around his heart like a serpent, as he wrestled with the duality of his identity, a fierce warrior bound by blood, yet a brother shackled by the looming spectre of greatness. And Möngke, the quiet observer, the storm brewing beneath the surface. I could feel the weight of his thoughts like tempestuous clouds gathering in the distance. As a child, he was the one who watched, who listened, absorbing every harsh lesson the world had to offer, the world shaped by the unrelenting hand of his grandfather, Genghis Khan. I remember the way he would sit in silence, the only sound the soft rustle of the grass beneath him, the wind tousling his dark hair like the icy fingers of fate. He was the eye of the storm, the calm before the inevitable crash of thunder. "Do you think you could ever be the one to lead us?" Louis had asked one night, the flickering flames casting shadows on their young faces, a jest wrapped in earnestness. The question hung over them like a noose, tightening with each heartbeat. Möngke's eyes flickered, trapped in his own thoughts, and for a moment, the weight of expectation bore down on him like an anvil. Would he be the one to inherit the legacy of blood and bones, the legacy of an empire that spanned vast horizons and filled the chronicles of history with tales both glorious and grotesque? The silence stretched, thick and suffocating, until Möngke finally answered with a whisper, a promise wrapped in melancholy. "If only to spare you, dear brother." But there was laughter in the air too, a raucous sound that echoed through the camp as warriors swapped stories of glory and despair. It was a cacophony that rose like a tide, washing over the landscape, filling the cracks and crevices of their hearts with camaraderie. They were bound by blood and ambition, yet the air was heavy with a premonition, an unshakable sense that the winds of fortune would soon shift. Night after night, I became ensnared by that intoxicating blend of hope and dread. I could feel the stars above, their cold light shining down on the camp like the watchful eyes of the cosmos, ever aware of the struggles of mere mortals. It was in those moments that I sensed the intangible threads of fate weaving their tapestry, binding each brother to their lineage, to the destiny that awaited them beyond the horizon. The moon hung like a silver coin above them, casting its ethereal glow over the camp, illuminating the shadows of their ambitions. Sorgatani Becky walked through the night, her footsteps soft yet resolute, her heart a battlefield of its own. She would not let her sons fall prey to the whispers of the past. They were destined for greatness, each in their own way, yet she felt the spectre of her husband's legacy loom large, threatening to swallow them whole. Through her eyes, I saw her dreams, fierce, unyielding, yet tinged with an undercurrent of despair. She wanted to protect them from the brutal realities of the world ready to consume them, a world painted in shades of blood and betrayal, where kin turned against kin and the true price of ambition was often paid in tears and tragedy. I remember the tension, palpable and electric, as the brothers stood together, united in their bond, yet splintered by their individual desires. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the darkness enveloped them like a shroud, whispering secrets of an uncertain future. Would they emerge as legends, or would they be lost to the annals of time, forgotten like the whispers of the wind? So there they were, poised on the precipice, the very essence of history breathing down their necks. In that moment, as the stars blinked their silent judgment from above, I realized the weight of the world was a heavy burden, and the flame of ambition burned bright but perilous, illuminating the path toward a destiny only the cosmos could truly comprehend. And as I watched them, every heartbeat echoed a question, a prayer, a plea: would they be enough? Or would the very fabric of their existence unravel in the face of the monstrous legacy they were destined to inherit, a legacy that promised both glory and doom? I remember so vividly. The air was thick with anticipation, and the lingering shadows whispered of a tempest yet to come. The wind howled like a banshee, a furious, dancing spectre twisting through the vast steppes of Mongolia, where grass and earth met sky in a violent embrace. It was a haunting sound, one that rattled the bones of even the strongest men. Genghis Khan, young yet burdened with the weight of destiny, stood there, a mere shadow against the roar of nature. He clenched his fists, feeling the raw power of the storm, as if the heavens themselves were whispering secrets of blood and glory. Beneath his feet, the ground trembled with the echo of hooves, of warriors ready to charge into legend, into history. I remember the first time I felt that rush of adrenaline, that pulse of life coursing through the veins of the earth. It was intoxicating. But for Genghis, it was not merely a thrill, it was a call to arms, a summons from the very fabric of his existence. The weight of his family's legacy pressed upon him, heavy as a mountain and sharp as a dagger. With every heartbeat, he could sense the impending chaos, the murmur of 1,000 stories intertwining, like threads weaving into a tapestry of fate. And then there was Bort, his wife, a woman whose spirit burned bright, fierce, and unwavering. With a heart both tender and unyielding, she stood in the shadows of destiny, a ghost haunting the halls of his ambition. She saw the hunger in his eyes, a spark that ignited a fire within her own heart. In their small yurt, the walls painted with their dreams, she whispered promises of loyalty and love, yet felt the gnawing fear of what was to come. How could she hold on to him when the world outside threatened to swallow them whole? Bort's hands trembled as she clutched a worn leather amulet, a gift from her mother, a talisman of protection that felt utterly useless as darkness loomed. "You will return to me, won't you?" she asked, her voice trembling as if each word could shatter the very air around them. The sky darkened, ominous clouds swirling like the tendrils of fate itself, but Genghis, with fire in his veins, simply nodded, though doubt crept stealthily around his heart. I remember the moment when the sun dipped below the horizon, the last remnants of light swallowed by the encroaching darkness. It was a moment pregnant with tension, a silent scream echoing through the stillness, a pause that stretched endlessly as they both understood the gravity of the choices ahead. Choices that would reshape not only their lives but the very fabric of the world around them. The clans were restless, a boiling pot of ambition and unrest, each man a beast, ready to tear down the walls of complacency. Genghis felt it in his bones, the shifting tides of power, the whispers of betrayal drifting through the cold air like a shroud. Unite or perish, he had murmured to himself, a mantra resonating with the pulse of the earth. History would not wait. But within that fierce ambition lay a fragile heart, a soul torn between duty and desire. As he rode into the night with the wind at his back, shadows stretched across the landscape, casting doubts that slithered through his mind. What if the price of power was too high? What if his dreams became nightmares? The spectre of failure loomed, a dark cloud hovering just out of reach, whispering sweet nothings of despair. And in the background, the drums of war began to beat. They reverberated like the heartbeat of a giant, a savage rhythm that echoed across the vast expanse of the steppes, pulling warriors from their slumber. Each warrior, each man, held dreams of glory, of conquest, but within them simmered fears that threatened to unravel them. They were brothers, yet also rivals, bound by blood but torn by ambition, a volatile mix ready to explode. I remember the faces of those men, fierce and wild-eyed, each one an embodiment of hope and terror, each one carrying dreams that weighed heavy on their souls. They were not mere soldiers, they were fathers, brothers, and sons, each driven by the need to belong, to fight for a cause greater than themselves. In their hearts, they carried the stories of their ancestors, the ghosts of those who had come before them, urging them forward into the maelstrom of destiny. And as the sun crested the horizon, painting the sky in blood-red hues, the tension rippled through the air like a live wire. The world held its breath, teetering on the edge of chaos. Genghis, standing at the precipice of his future, felt the weight of every decision, of every sacrifice, pressing upon him. He was a man forged in the crucible of adversity, yet as he gazed into the faces of his warriors, he saw his own reflection, a man teetering between light and shadow, a king who had yet to wear the crown. The clash of steel, the cries of the wounded, the shrieks of the vanquished, these sounds would reverberate through time, etched in the annals of history. The rise of an empire would not come without its toll, without the ghosts of the fallen haunting the dreams of the living. With each heartbeat, the promise of glory grew closer, yet the shadows lengthened, flickering with the memories of choices made and lives lost. And in that chilling moment, the world shifted. The wind screamed like lost souls, carrying with them the scent of blood and the promise of war. Genghis could feel it, a presence lurking just behind him, a reminder that the line between hero and villain was thin and razor-sharp. Was he destined to become a legend or a monster? The answer lay ahead, tangled in the threads of fate. And as he plunged into the depths of chaos, all I could do was watch, breathless and entranced, knowing that the story of the Mongol Empire was just beginning, a chilling prelude to a symphony of conquest, a testament to the hearts that would surge and break, all under the watchful gaze of an empire waiting to rise. A thick fog rolled in, shrouding the valley like a suffocating blanket, heavy with the scent of wet earth and fear. In the distance, the echo of hooves thundered, a relentless heartbeat of an approaching storm. I stood there, trembling, as shadows danced between the trees, every rustle a whisper of doom. Men spoke in hushed tones, their eyes wide, reflecting the flickering torchlight, a mix of reverence and dread. Genghis Khan had become a spectre, his legacy a ghost that haunted each man's thoughts, especially Möngke, who felt the weight of a dynasty on his young shoulders. This was not a story of glory, it was a tapestry woven with blood and ambition. Möngke, the grandson, stood at the precipice of greatness, yet the legacy of his forefather loomed like a towering mountain, both inspiring and crushing. I remember the moment vividly, his breath hitched as he watched his warriors prepare for battle, their faces grim and determined. They were not merely men, they were vessels of a relentless pursuit, each one carrying the burden of a dream, a fear, an unquenchable thirst for conquest. "Will it ever end?" he whispered, the question hanging in the air like a dark omen. It felt like the cosmos paused, waiting for an answer that would never come. None dared to respond, for how could they? The spectre of Genghis had forged an empire from the ashes of countless lives. The silence that followed was deafening, a reminder of the price they'd pay for glory. Then there was Beta, a seasoned warrior with a face carved by years of battle and loss. His hands trembled, not from age but from the memories that clawed at him, memories of friends who had fallen, of families left behind in the quest for power. He remembered the day the Khan declared war, a sun-drenched morning turned to ash when the horizon erupted with the promise of violence. I remember, Beta's voice cracked, and the weight of those words dripped with sorrow. I remember how we cheered, believing we would carve our names into history. But history doesn't remember the names of the fallen. His gaze drifted, lost in the void of what had been. Möngke felt the sting of those words like a blade. He was torn between the desire to honor his grandfather's legacy and the knowledge that it came at a cost too high. What if I make a mistake, he thought, his heart racing with the uncertainty of leadership. The very thought felt like a noose tightening around his throat. In the shadows of the encampment, dreams merged with nightmares, visions of glory twisted into images of blood-soaked fields. The smoke of burning cities curled into the night sky, a dark reminder of what lay ahead. The stars blinked, indifferent to the struggle below, each one a distant witness to the unraveling of humanity. As the tension mounted, the air crackled with impending violence. Beta gripped his sword, his knuckles white, and within him churned a storm of conflicting emotions. I am nothing but a knife in the hands of history, he thought, the weight of the blade heavy with the memories of lives extinguished by war. But even knives can rust. The shadows of regret danced around him, taunting him as he prepared for battle. A flash of light erupted in the darkness, an arrow, a spark of chaos. Time froze as the sound of death sliced through the air, shattering the silence. I felt it, the surge of adrenaline, the fear clenching my gut. The moment of truth loomed before them like a cruel taunt. Möngke's heart raced like the hooves of the approaching cavalry. His breath quickened as he realized the call to arms was not just a call to battle, it was a call to become something greater, or perhaps something far worse. I must be more than a shadow, he thought, his pulse echoing in his ears. I must light the way or extinguish it altogether. Then came the clash, the brutality of steel against steel, the cries of men mingling with the agonized wails of horses. It was a symphony of chaos, a grotesque dance that played out before their eyes. Each scream was a reminder of the fragile thread connecting life to death, and the price of ambition was written in blood. The battlefield transformed into an abyss, a swirling vortex of chaos where dreams were suffocated beneath the weight of the fallen. Möngke fought with a fervor that felt foreign, a rage that pulsed through his veins like fire. With every swing of his sword, he battled not just enemies but the very essence of his lineage. I remember the stories of glory, he gasped, echoing Beta's earlier words. But now they felt hollow, drenched in the bitter taste of sacrifice. What glory comes from this? Beta, amidst the frenzy, caught a glimpse of Möngke, a vision of the future tangled in the present. Lead us, young Khan, he shouted, his voice a rallying cry amidst the storm. You are the legacy, the hope we cling to. But in that moment, the weight of 1,000 decisions loomed large, threatening to crush them all. With the battle raging around them, memories flitted through Möngke's mind, childhood tales told by flickering firelight of a time when the world was filled with endless possibilities. "I remember," he murmured, his voice almost lost to the frenzy. "I remember a time before the bloodshed. Can I bring that back?" But the cosmos spun on, indifferent to his quest. The stars blinked like ancient secrets, mocking his plight. Shadows leapt and twisted as the night swallowed the cries of the dying. The moment hung heavy, taut with expectation, a single thread of fate straining against the weight of history. Would Möngke shatter under its pressure or rise to forge a new legacy? As the battle raged on, I felt the pulse of their struggle resonate deep within me, a reminder that time marches on, relentless, unyielding. History was not merely a tale of conquest, it was a haunting echo of choices made, of hearts broken, of lives lived under the oppressive weight of legacy. In that chaotic swirl of emotion and pain, the line blurred between glory and destruction. And as the darkness enveloped them, the question hung in the air: what would rise from the ashes of their choices? Even in the heart of the storm, the whispers of fate beckoned, intertwining their destinies in ways they could not yet fathom. The wind howled through the steppes, a haunted whisper that echoed with the cries of forgotten ancestors. The darkness clung to the land like a shroud, a palpable weight of history and blood. I stood there, heart pounding, as the shadows danced across the face of the Borjigin clan's encampment. Flickering flames cast a jagged light on the skin of the warriors, revealing faces twisted by ambition, fear, and the relentless grip of destiny. The scent of smoke mingled with the sharp tang of cold, biting deep like a knife. And in that moment, I saw him, Temujin, the future Khan, the man who would rise like a tempest from the ashes of despair. His deep-set eyes burned with a ferocity that made the night tremble. But behind that fire lay a turmoil that twisted in his gut, a gnawing fear of betrayal that clung to him like a shadow. He was a man shaped by conflict, yet every step he took felt like a dance on the edge of a knife. He was loved and loathed, revered and reviled, a creature of contradiction. Across the flickering fires, there was Bort, his fierce wife, the anchor in his storm. Her heart was a fortress, yet it bore the scars of heartbreak. She had been taken, and in that loss had forged a resolve that cut deeper than any sword. She stood tall, the moonlight catching the contours of her determined face, her eyes seeking out Temujin like a beacon in a tempest. In her chest, a fire raged, a desire to protect her family, her clan. But love is a treacherous game, and she felt the tug of loyalty pulling her in directions she couldn't quite understand. Would she stand with her husband or with the clan that had nurtured her? And then there was Jamuka, the childhood friend turned rival, the ghost of camaraderie haunting every breath. Once brothers in arms, now two hearts beating in a darkened world, both haunted by their choices. He wore the mantle of leadership like a crown of thorns, his soul grappling with the bitter taste of ambition. Each time he met Temujin's gaze, there was a flicker of something almost tender, a memory of laughter shared over campfires, a brotherhood lost to the insatiable hunger for power. But that memory was a ghost, and the present was a battlefield. They both knew that the next time they faced each other, it might end in blood. Bort, you must prepare yourself. Temujin's voice rolled through the air, low and urgent. The Borjigin will rise or fall together. I can feel it in my bones. I can feel the earth shudder beneath us. We are on the brink of something monumental. His breath was ragged, each word laced with the weight of the world. I know, my love, she replied, her voice steady yet tinged with an undercurrent of fear. But what if the Borjigin falls into darkness? What if we forget the very roots that bind us? Every word was a thread, weaving together their fates, pulling tighter as the night deepened. In the shadows, Jamuka watched, his heart a battleground of emotions. Temujin, the one who had once been his brother, now the embodiment of everything he had set out to achieve. The visions of a united Mongol nation flashed before him, bright and alluring, but each thought was punctured by the grim reality of their rivalry. You speak of unity, Temujin, but at what cost? Will you sacrifice all that we built together on the altar of ambition? The words tumbled from his lips like stones, heavy with grief. The tension between them was a taut string, ready to snap. The flickering flames reflected the turmoil in their hearts, a dance of light and shadow that mirrored the struggle for power and humanity. Temujin felt the pulse of the cosmos, a rhythm that echoed through the ages, the weight of history pressing down on him like an iron shroud. He could feel the eyes of his ancestors watching, waiting. Each heartbeat brought with it the ghost of the past, the legacy of the Borjigin clan swirling in the air like a dark omen. Unity does not come without sacrifice, Temujin said, the words heavy as lead, but I will not let it consume our souls. His voice trembled, uncertainty flickering like the dying embers of the fire. We are the children of the steppe. We will rise like thunder, but we must not forget who we are. Bort's eyes glistened with unshed tears, the weight of her love a chain that bound her to Temujin, yet tethered her to the clan. I remember, she whispered, a mantra of longing. I remember the nights when we would dream of a future together, free from the chains of our past. But dreams can be fickle, and as the shadows deepened, she felt the chains tightening around her heart. The night morphed into a living thing, breathing and pulsing with the weight of conflict. The Borjigin clan, both a sanctuary and a cage, loomed over them like a great beast, hungry and restless. Each warrior, a heartbeat in the night, an echo of the strife that had shaped them. The air crackled with anticipation as if the very fabric of their fates was about to unravel. Tomorrow, we ride, Temujin declared, the flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. We will show them the might of the Borjigin. The fire flared, illuminating the fierce determination etched across his face, the shadows molding into a fierce silhouette of a man destined for greatness, yet shackled by his own heart. But in that moment, Jamuka could only feel the tightening coil of despair, an understanding that tomorrow would not yield the answers he craved. The stakes were rising, and the world was shifting beneath their feet. The Borjigin were caught in a web of ambition and loyalty, torn between a future that shimmered with possibility and the past that clawed at their throats. Fate is a fickle mistress, Jamuka murmured to himself, the words slipping into the night like smoke dissipating into the air. He turned away, feeling the sting of betrayal, of friendship lost to the winds of ambition. The night swallowed him, a foreboding silence settling over the camp. The clock ticked, time's relentless march swallowing the moments whole, while the stars twinkled above, indifferent to the turmoil below. In that vastness, dreams and nightmares danced, futures collided, and the Borjigin clan stood poised on the brink of something unnameable, a destiny woven in blood and tears. The stage was set, the players drawn into the dance of power, and the echoes of their desires mingled with the whispers of the past. Everything was about to change, and the world would never be the same again. The night lurked, waiting, watching, as the Borjigin clan prepared to take their place in the annals of history, their hearts a battleground in a war of their own making. The air was thick with an acrid scent, a mix of smoke and sweat that clung to the skin like a shroud. The sound of hooves thundered in the distance, a cacophony of panic echoing through the valley, a warning, a foretelling of the storm that was about to break. Möngke Khan sat atop his steed, a silhouette against the dying sun, his jaw clenched tight, teeth grinding like stones. They come, he whispered, a mantra steeped in dread. His heart raced, not with fear for himself, but for the weight of his father's legacy. Genghis Khan's shadow loomed like a spectre, whispering of greatness, demanding blood. Beside him, a woman named Alia, fierce and unyielding, clutched the reins of her horse. She had been raised in the chaos of the Mongolian steppe, yet her heart was a fragile thing, quaking under the enormity of her allegiance. We cannot let them take it all, she shouted, her voice cutting through the evening chill, a battle cry that resonated deep in the marrow of the gathered tribes. Her eyes burned with a defiance that belied her trembling hands, fingers tracing the hilt of her dagger, a talisman, a promise of vengeance. And then there was Beta, the tortured soul with untamed dreams. He watched the storm gather, and with it, the weight of his own choices pressed heavily upon him. Each beat of his heart echoed the sorrow of his decisions. I remember, he murmured, as if the act of remembrance could bind the wounds festering within. I remember the night spent whispering to the stars, telling them my dreams. But those dreams now felt like shadows, slipping through his fingers, tainted by betrayal and bloodshed. Ojide raised an arm, his voice rising above the din. We are not just warriors, we are the storm. The words cascaded from his lips, igniting a fire in the hearts of the assembled throng, yet a flicker of doubt lingered behind his fierce facade, a secret he harbored deep within, a fear that he was not worthy of the legacy thrust upon him. The memories haunted him, flickering like candlelight in the suffocating darkness. He could still hear his father's voice, echoing with a fervor that had once inspired legions. "Conquer the world, O Jedi! Take what is yours!" But the world was a vast, empty stretch of uncertainty, filled with chilling whispers of betrayal and the gnawing awareness of his own inadequacies. It felt as if the earth itself trembled beneath him, the ground a reminder of the chaos he was meant to master. Alia's gaze darted to Beta, whose eyes were glazed with a haunting sorrow. "What do you see?" she demanded, her voice cracking like ice beneath the weight of desperation. Beta blinked, the vision of the battles to come swirling before him, a sea of blood, the cries of the dying, the faces of those he loved, lost to the tides of war. "I see shadows," he admitted, every word laced with the anguish of unfulfilled dreams, "and I see ghosts of the past returning to claim their due." The wind howled, a ghostly lament that echoed through the hollow between the mountains. Ojide, sensing the encroaching darkness, braced himself for what lay ahead. Shadows danced on the walls of his mind, a gallery of fears and doubts. Would he be remembered as a conqueror or a coward? The question gnawed at him, a relentless whisper that clawed at his sanity. "Trust in the blood," he urged, gesturing toward their brothers and sisters arrayed behind him. "Trust in the legacy." And yet, the words felt hollow, the certainty of unity wavering like a candle flickering in a storm. He could feel the tension, palpable, coursing through the ranks like a wild beast, waiting to be unleashed. Alia stepped forward, her voice rising like a phoenix from ashes. "We are not just blood, we are fire. We burn for what we love, for what we have lost." The fire in her eyes ignited something dormant in the hearts around her. The warriors roared in response, a thunderclap of defiance that echoed through the valley, drowning out the whispers of fear. But Beta remained still, the weight of his inner turmoil holding him captive. "Love," he echoed, the word tasting bitter on his tongue. "What good is love when it is wrapped in chains?" He glanced skyward, where the stars began to pierce the darkness, twinkling like distant beacons. "Look! Even they are trapped in the void, forever longing for a light they can never touch." The tension thickened, each heartbeat reverberating like a drum of war. Ojide, caught between the suffocating weight of his father's legacy and the raw, unyielding humanity of those around him, felt the pressure swell within him, a storm building to a crescendo. "We fight for our future," he roared, the words tearing from his throat, raw and primal. The words echoed against the mountains, a call to arms that resonated deep within the soul of every warrior gathered. As the first cries of battle reached their ears, the atmosphere shifted, a palpable energy crackling in the air. Ojide, Alia, and Beta stood at the precipice of fate, their fears intertwining with their hopes, reality morphing into a tapestry of chaos and courage. The ground shook beneath them, the battlefield stretching endlessly before them, a canvas painted with the blood of history, the cries of the past merging with the promise of what was yet to come. "Let them come," Ojide said, a fierce glint in his eye, as he prepared to ride into the storm. He was the heir of a legacy drenched in blood, struggle, and sacrifice, a legacy that demanded the ultimate price. The air shimmered with anticipation, every warrior ready to transform the weight of their fears into the armor of their resolve. And so, as the first wave surged forth, the echoes of history collided with the present, a haunting symphony of power and peril. In that moment, the world stood still, poised on the brink of unimaginable change, the flicker of hope igniting within the darkness, a promise that the story was far from over. The air crackles with tension, the weight of expectancy pressing down like a storm cloud ready to burst. Distant hoofbeats echo, a rhythm of chaos galloping through the vastness of the steppes. I stand at the precipice, my heart pounding like a war drum, feeling the shadows stretch beneath the dying light of day. The world is holding its breath, and somewhere, in a dimly lit yurt, a baby is about to be born, a harbinger of destiny, a whisper of history's cruel designs. I remember the pulse of the earth, trembling beneath my feet. It was the summer of 1250, and the Mongol Empire was a beast of immense complexity and contradiction, a tapestry woven with the threads of glory and suffering. The winds carried the scent of blood and ambition, a heady mixture that filled the air with an intoxicating dread. We were on the brink of a new era, and yet, the old ways clung stubbornly like the dust on our boots. Khan, a warrior shaped by the unforgiving hand of fate, sat brooding by the fire. His armor gleamed with the sweat of battles fought, each dent a story, each scratch a memory. He stared into the flames, eyes glistening with a sorrow that seemed endless. Behind that stoic facade lay a man torn between duty and desire, the weight of his clan's expectations heavy on his shoulders. His son was to be born any moment now, and with it, a lineage destined for greatness, or tragedy. I could see his hands trembling, calloused yet gentle. Those hands that had wielded a sword would soon cradle a life, a fragile ember in the raging storm of war. I remember the laughter of children, carefree and bright, echoing in my mind like a bittersweet melody. There was a time when I too believed in the fairy tales that danced in the flickering shadows. But here, in the heart of the Mongol Empire, dreams were twisted like the branches of the ancient trees that watched over us, their gnarled fingers pointing at the sky as if to mock our aspirations. The vastness of the steppes stretched endlessly before us, an expanse of wild beauty tinged with the fear of what lay ahead, a world dominated by bloodlust and ambition. And then there was Sorgatani, a woman of quiet ferocity, standing resolute at the doorway of the yurt, her silhouette framed by the last light of day. She was the embodiment of strength wrapped in grace, a force of nature that could rival the fiercest storm. With each breath, she felt the weight of the world pressing against her, the relentless tide of expectation crashing like waves against the shore. I could see it in her eyes, the flicker of fear, the glimmer of hope. She was a warrior in her own right, but her battles were fought in silence, against a society that gave her little room to breathe, to exist beyond the shadows of her men. I remember her voice, low and fierce, as she spoke of a future she could scarcely grasp. "What will they say of him?" she asked, her words laced with an urgency that echoed in the silence. "What legacy will we leave behind?" The question hung in the air, heavy as iron chains, binding her to the weight of history. There was a desperation in her gaze, a haunting beauty that made my heart ache. She was a mother, a warrior, a dreamer, a paradox in a world that demanded simplicity. Outside, the sky darkened, an omen cloaked in velvet night. A howl pierced the air, a cry echoing through the vastness, a wolf, or perhaps the ghost of those who had come before us, forever haunting the land. The moon rose, pale and indifferent, casting an eerie glow over the landscape, illuminating the path of destiny. It was in this haunting stillness that life and death danced an eternal waltz, and I knew the moment was nigh. And then, the first cries of a newborn shattered the silence. It was a sound both beautiful and terrible, a reminder that life is a cycle of joy and suffering, intertwined like the roots of ancient trees. Khan's face transformed, a mask of fierce pride battling the shadows of his fears. He rushed to Sorgatani's side, a tempest of emotion raging within him. "He is ours," he cried, his voice trembling with the weight of his newfound responsibility. But beneath the surface, I sensed his trepidation. What kind of world awaited this child? What legacy would he inherit from a lineage drenched in blood? Sorgatani, her face radiant with the light of motherhood, looked into her son's eyes, and for a moment, time stood still. The universe contracted into that single gaze, a heartbeat that echoed through the cosmos. "He will be the bridge," she whispered, her voice barely above a breath. "The bridge between what we were and what we must become." But even as she spoke those words, I could feel the spectre of doubt loom over her like a dark cloud, a haunting spectre that would not easily be exorcised. As the night deepened, I felt the weight of their struggles pressing in, the unrelenting tide of history crashing against their dreams. The Mongol Empire was a tapestry of values, a reflection of desires both noble and twisted, and in this fragile moment, their lives would be woven into its fabric, a blend of hope and despair. The wind howled outside, a banshee's wail against the walls of the yurt, and I could see in their eyes the dawning realization. They were architects of a future yet to unfold, a future filled with uncertainty, chaos, and the fierce promise of change. Every heartbeat echoed in that sacred space as sorrows and joys intertwined, crafting the very essence of life itself. The cries of a baby rang out again, a defiant note in a world filled with uncertainty. Hope flickered, a candle in the dark, illuminating the path not yet traveled. But as one life began, the ghosts of the past lingered, whispering secrets, and the shadows danced just out of reach, waiting for the right moment to strike. I could feel it, an undercurrent of fate that would not relent, dragging us into the depths of conflict that lay ahead. In that moment, I understood, this was not just the birth of a child, it was the birth of an empire cradled in the hands of its creators, its destroyers, its dreamers. The storm was just beginning. The ground trembles beneath a sea of galloping hooves, a thunderous heartbeat echoing through the bleak expanse of the steppes. The sky above, a molten canvas of grey, hangs heavy with the scent of rain and blood. It is here, in the unforgiving cradle of the vast Mongolian plains, that the air is thick with tension. I remember the chill that crept up my spine as I watched the riders flood into view, their faces hardened by fate, shadows of what they once were. Temujin, they called him. He was more than a man, he was a force of nature, a tempest unleashed. I remember his eyes, fierce and unyielding, like flint striking fire. They told of a fire that could not be contained, a desire for unity in a landscape marred by chaos. But even in the throes of war, I could see the weight he carried, the burden of dreams, ambitions, the ghosts of his family's past whispering in his ear, an unending chorus of what must be done. Beside him rode Jeeb, a warrior whose laughter was a jagged edge amidst the war cries. He wore his scars like a tapestry, each cut a story, each bruise a memory of battles fought and won. But the laughter never reached his eyes, they were stormy seas, reflecting the turmoil of a man who knew that loyalty and betrayal danced hand in hand in the shadows. I remember the moment he caught my gaze, a flicker of doubt buried beneath bravado, the realization that glory came at a price none of us were ready to pay. As the troops assembled, I felt the pulsating rhythm of anticipation. The Mongol military structure was no mere assembly of men, it was a living organism, breathing, shifting, adapting. They moved in perfect sync, a choreography of war honed through years of survival. I remember the way they formed their lines, the swift, fluid movements that felt more like art than combat. It was a deadly ballet. Each unit, each division, a piece of the larger puzzle, seamlessly connected yet fiercely independent. Remember, Jeeb, I could almost hear Temujin's voice, deep and resonant, cutting through the cacophony. We're not just warriors, we are the storm. I could see how the weight of that promise carried on Jeeb's shoulders. He was an avalanche of emotion, a man torn between loyalty to his Khan and the gnawing fear of becoming a ghost, lost in the annals of history, unnamed and forgotten. The battle horn blared, a sound that reverberated through bones and dreams alike, a promise of bloodshed and valor. I was there when the first arrows flew, slicing through the air with a visceral scream. I remember the moment when time fractured, each second felt like an eternity. The sharp thud of a bowstring being released, the sharp hiss as arrows found their marks, the agonizing wail of men falling, each cry a testament to the fragility of life. In the chaos, I could see Temujin moving through the battlefield, a whirlwind of strategy and instinct. His mind raced with the intricate dance of war. He was a master puppeteer, his generals and soldiers mere marionettes in the theater of conquest. I could see him signaling to his cavalry, the feigned retreat, a strategy so audacious it sent chills down my spine. They would lure the enemy into a trap, a deadly embrace of desperation. I remember the sickening thrill of knowing that glory was just a heartbeat away, yet so was destruction. But what of Jeeb? I could feel his pulse quickening, the weight of the moment settling heavily on his chest. He was caught in a tempest of duty and dread, as the cries of his fallen brothers echoed in his ears. The irony of it gnawed at him. He fought for a man whose dreams were becoming nightmares. I remember the moment he turned, eyes wide with horror, as he realized the part he played in this unfolding tragedy. The smiles of camaraderie, now twisted into grimaces of pain, haunted him. I remember the clash of steel, the visceral scent of sweat and fear mingling in the air. The battlefield became a canvas of chaos, a grotesque masterpiece painted in strokes of crimson. The cries of men faded into a haunting symphony, each note a reminder of love lost, of families shattered, dreams extinguished. And yet, amid the madness, the urgency of survival burned brighter than the fear. Temujin roared like thunder as he rallied his troops. I could feel their hearts surge as they charged, a tidal wave of raw emotion crashing against the enemy lines. It was then that I saw it, the moment of truth, a flash of clarity in the whirlwind of chaos. Jeeb, standing tall, his sword raised, a defiant flame against the darkness. The world around him blurred, shadows of the past merging with the present. I could almost hear his thoughts, echoing like a death knell. This was his moment to reclaim his identity, to forge a path that would not be dictated by fear. But as the dust settled, and the battle cries faded into an eerie silence, I felt a lingering dread. The cost of victory loomed large, an ever-present ghost haunting the edges of their triumph. I remember staring into the eyes of Jeeb, realizing that the battlefield had transformed him. He was no longer just a warrior, but a monument to the cost of ambition. And Temujin, his heart still pulsed with the rhythm of conquest, but at what cost? I could see the shadows creeping in, gnawing at the edges of his dreams, reminding him that every victory carved a deeper chasm of loss. The echoes of their hearts would forever be intertwined with the fate of their people, a tapestry woven from the threads of despair and determination, glory and grief. In that moment, the line between warrior and ghost blurred. They were all just echoes of the past, chasing a future shrouded in uncertainty. And as I turned away, the battlefield became a haunting silhouette against the fading light, a reminder that in the world of the Mongol military, success was an illusion, and every victory held the ghosts of those who had fallen. Time, relentless and cruel, marched on, leaving behind only shadows. The night was coming, and with it, the chilling realization that this was only the beginning. The cycle of ambition and consequence would continue, spiraling into the abyss. The ground trembles under the weight of footsteps, 1,000 shadows converging in the dim light of a crumbling hall. Dust motes dance in the silence, each particle a tiny universe floating in the air, caught between the echoes of what was and the haunting whispers of what could be. I stand there, heart racing, the stark scent of sweat and leather mixed with the metallic tang of fear curling around me. The great Khans are not just leaders, they are legends woven into the fabric of survival, each heartbeat a testament to the strength and fragility of power. I remember the moment I first laid eyes on Myra, her fierce gaze cutting through the tension like a blade. She stood defiantly at the center of the room, a spark of fire surrounded by a sea of uncertainty. "We can't trust them," she hissed, each word a shrapnel of warning. Her hands, roughened and calloused from years of battle, trembled ever so slightly. Yet beneath that steely exterior lay a storm of conflict, a heart beating wildly against the cage of her own resolve. I felt it, the weight of her fear, the desperation that clung to her like a second skin. Then there was Yarrick, a man shaped by loss, his life a tapestry of broken dreams and unfulfilled promises. He leaned against the wall, his eyes clouded with memories, lost comrades, fallen friends. "What choice do we have?" he murmured, the ghost of a smile ghosting across his lips for the briefest moment. It was a smile that held no joy, only the weight of inevitability. His fingers brushed over the hilt of a dagger, a reflex, a reminder of the violence that danced just beneath the surface. With every tick of the clock on the wall, the air thickened, the shadows deepening, as if time itself conspired against us, counting down to a reckoning we were all terrified to face. I can feel the pulse of the room, the tension rising like the tide before a storm. We are on the brink, perched precariously on the edge of something monumental. Myra's voice rises, fierce and unyielding. "If we don't unite, we'll fall." Each word she speaks is like a drumbeat, reverberating through our hearts, but the room is filled with ghosts, silent reminders of those we've lost, and the weight of their absence presses hard against our chests. In the flickering light of the torches, I see the flicker of hope in her eyes, and it terrifies me. What if we fail? What if all of this struggle, this fight for survival, is in vain? Each question claws at my gut, gnawing away at my resolve. But Myra doesn't flinch. She stands tall, a titan amongst mortals, and I can't help but wonder if she believes in us as fiercely as she believes in herself. Yarrick's voice breaks through the turmoil, low and fierce. "We can't let fear dictate our actions. We've faced worse." His words are a balm, a reminder of our shared history, the battles we've fought side by side. But I see the cracks in his armor, the flicker of doubt that shadows his determination. Every hero has a price, and Yarrick's soul bears the scars of countless sacrifices. The room pulses with tension as we lock eyes, the air thick with unspoken truths. We are warriors, yes, but we are also human. I remember the weight of that truth. The way it gnaws at you in the dead of night, a relentless whisper that won't let you sleep. We're not just fighting for ourselves, I remind them, my voice trembling with the weight of my conviction. We fight for those who can't. But what does that even mean? What if our fight leads to more loss, more suffering? I can feel the ghosts swirling around us, the weight of their untold stories pressing down. Pain and joy intertwined, a twisted dance of memories. Together, Myra breathes, the word hanging in the charged air, a fragile thread binding us to one another. Together is the only way. Her resolve ignites something within me, a flicker of hope in the face of despair. But the darkness looms, a shadowy spectre waiting for its chance, whispering insidious doubts. Yarok steps forward, the dagger still grasped tightly in his hand, a symbol of our shared fight. "We've fought for each other before," he says, his voice steady now, a rock amidst the crashing waves. "We can do it again." But I can see the uncertainty flickering in his eyes, the haunting spectre of betrayal lurking just beneath the surface. The clock ticks on, each second stretching into eternity as I watch the two of them, their fates intertwined with mine. I know I must choose, between fear and hope, between surrender and defiance. In that moment, the world narrows down to just the three of us, bound together by our fears and our dreams, ready to face the storm. The shadows whisper around us, weaving tales of what has been and what is yet to come. The significance of the great Khans isn't just in their leadership, it's in our stories, in the intertwining of our lives, each heartbeat echoing through the ages. The weight of our choices hangs heavy in the air, a fragile balance teetering on the brink of chaos. I remember the stories passed down through generations, tales of glory and despair, of leaders who rose only to fall, of hearts that beat as one in the face of adversity. I can feel them pressing in on me, the ghosts of those who came before, urging me to act, to choose, to embrace the chaos swirling around us. And in that charged moment, I realize, the great Khans are not just figures of the past, they are us, here and now, alive in our struggle, our triumphs, our failures. We are the embodiment of their legacy, the lifeblood of their stories coursing through our veins. As the shadows close in, I stand with Myra and Yarok, a fragile alliance forged in the fires of desperation, ready to confront the darkness. Together, we can carve out our destiny, even as the echoes of those who came before us whisper in our ears, urging us forward into the unknown. The clock ticks on, and the battle is far from over. The night is long, and we are just beginning to fight. The air was thick, heavy with the smell of smoke and something far more sinister. Beneath the dim glow of a single lantern, shadows danced against the walls like memories fighting to escape. I could hear the hushed whispers of the council, their voices slicing through the tension, each word sharp enough to draw blood. I remember the night vividly, how the chill seeped into my bones as I watched Möngke, a young man cloaked in the weight of expectation, standing at the center of the storm. The flickering flame illuminated his face, casting long shadows that mirrored the fear lurking in his heart. "Will you lead us or will you falter?" The question hung in the air, its echo reverberating like a war drum, each beat a reminder of the stakes. His gaze was fierce, yet I could see the flicker of uncertainty deep within his soul, a terrifying juxtaposition of bravery and doubt. For a moment, the world outside ceased to exist, it was just Möngke, the council, and the encroaching darkness of what failure could mean. Then there was Kutulun, his cousin, a fierce warrior with blood that boiled for honor. She stood by his side, her arms crossed, muscles taut like a bowstring pulled back, ready to unleash fury or defend the vulnerable. "You must not waver. Our people need you." Her voice was a tempest, wild, passionate, laced with the fear of losing everything they fought for. Yet, I could see the sadness in her eyes, a haunting reminder that they were bound not only by blood but by the weight of shared dreams crumbling beneath the relentless passage of time. "Kutulun? I remember the last time I faced the council." Möngke's words came through gritted teeth, his fists clenched. I thought I was ready, but the moment I stepped forward, my heart became a quivering leaf in the wind. The vulnerability of that admission wrapped around him like a shroud. He was a man destined to lead yet shackled by the knowledge that leadership often meant walking a razor-thin line between glory and despair. The council's eyes were upon him, some filled with hope, others with skepticism. Their silence was a living thing, pulsating with the weight of decisions yet to come. I felt each heartbeat, echoing through the room, the ticking clock of fate counting down, reminding us all that time waits for no one and the world outside continued its ruthless march forward. Remember when we were children? Cthulhu's voice cut through the thick tension, her eyes sparkling with the shimmer of nostalgia that felt like both a balm and a blade. You thought you could outrun a storm, and I dared you to catch lightning in a bottle. We were so naive, so full of fire. The memory hung there, an ethereal dream of laughter and wildness, now tainted by the shadows of adulthood. But what do we do now? You can't catch a storm, monkey. You have to be the storm. He swallowed hard, the weight of her words pressing down on him like the very mountains they called home. But what if I break? He whispered, fear creeping in like a thief in the night. What if I am just a shadow of what they expect? You must break to rebuild, she replied, almost fiercely. You must be willing to be the ghost of who you were to become who you are meant to be. There was an intensity in her gaze, a fire that could ignite an entire kingdom. Yet, it was underlined with desperation, a plea for him to recognize that within every moment of doubt, there existed the glimmer of hope, however faint. The council murmured among themselves, their words a distant hum, like bees buzzing in a field of wildflowers. There was anger, fear, a longing for stability, and a thirst for change. Each voice rose and fell like the tides, carrying the weight of history on its back, echoing the ancient battles that had carved their lineage into the earth. I could feel the currents of loyalty and betrayal swirling in the air, a tempest of emotions that might tear them apart or bind them closer together. Then came the moment, the pivotal instant when his decision would either shatter or solidify the fragile framework of their future. Möngke straightened, his chin lifting defiantly, his resolve swelling like a great wave. I will not be the ghost of my ancestors, he declared, voice steady, resonating with a newfound power. I will learn from their shadows, but I will not cower in their presence. I will lead with strength and compassion, even if it means walking through fire. The air crackled around him, charged with the electricity of his commitment. Cthulhu's face softened, a flicker of pride igniting within her chest. Then let us face the storm together, she urged, stepping closer. We'll gather the remnants of our past and forge a future brighter than the stars. The council, once so divided, now vibrated with a shared heartbeat. A communion of souls, an acceptance of their collective flaws, each member a thread in the larger tapestry of their fate. The darkness outside lurked still, but it felt less suffocating amidst the flickering light of their newfound unity. As the tension shifted, I could almost taste the salt of tears unshed, the bittersweet cocktail of fear and exhilaration. This was not just a moment, it was a crucible, a boiling pot where they would either rise together or burn in the ash of their own indecision. Together, Möngke breathed, the last vestiges of doubt dissolving like mist before the sun. Together, we will walk this path, one step at a time. And in that shared breath, I felt it, the pulse of 1,000 dreams colliding, the promise echoing through the cosmos, weaving their fates together, setting the stage for a clash that would reshape their world forever. The clock ticked on, relentless and unforgiving, and as the lantern flickered one final time, shadows deepened, whispering tales of the uncertain road ahead, each heartbeat a reminder that the storm was only just beginning. The wind howled like a wounded beast, echoing through the desolate steppes, a prelude to the storm of chaos that was about to break. I stood in the shadow of a great yurt, its fabric worn and frayed, the colors muted by the weight of grief. Inside, the air was thick, heavy with the scent of incense and something far more acrid, desperation. The flickering candles cast ghostly shapes on the walls, ghosts of the past whispering tales of power, loyalty, and the shattering reality that was about to unfold. Möngke Khan, the conqueror, the unifier, the heart of the Mongol Empire, lay sprawled upon the earthen floor. His breath, once a mighty roar that echoed from the steppes to the distant horizons, now wheezed like a dying ember. I remember the legends woven into every tale whispered around the campfires. His laughter was thunder, his fury a tempest. But now, silence choked the air, as if the world itself held its breath, dreading the inevitable. Outside, the horizon darkened, clouds rolling in like a battalion of warhorses. Men and women gathered, their faces drawn, eyes hollow with fear. They felt it, too, the foreboding weight of a shifting empire. Among them, I saw my brother, Batu. He stood rigid, fists clenched, knuckles white as snow. I could see the storm brewing within him, the conflict raging like the tempest beyond. He was a man of honor, bound by duty, yet shackled by ambition. He had always dreamed of greatness, of carving his name in the annals of history alongside Ojide. But now, as he stared into the yurt, he faced a different battle. It was a contest of loyalty versus aspiration, a clash of love and power that churned inside him like a restless spirit. I remember the nights when we'd dream together under a blanket of stars, our laughter echoing into the vastness, believing we would be warriors of legend. But legends crumble, they turn to dust beneath the weight of betrayal. Inside, the whispers grew louder. Ojide is dead. The Khan is dead. Each word was a dagger, twisting deeper into the hearts of those who had revered him. I could see the fear in the eyes of the generals who had once marched at his side. They were lions, now reduced to frightened lambs, eyes darting for a leader, a savior. Yet, who would rise in the absence of the great Khan? As if sensing the turbulence outside, Batu turned to me, desperation blazing in his gaze. "What will become of us?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper, trembling like a leaf in a storm. I wanted to reassure him, to wrap him in the fabric of hope, but all I could muster was a chilling truth: we are standing at the edge of a precipice, brother. The winds are shifting. In that moment, the ground beneath us felt less like solid earth and more like a teetering cliff, ready to crack and swallow us whole. The assembled crowd outside, there was tension, a thick, palpable dread that coiled around our throats like a noose. Betrayal loomed, casting shadows over former allies. It was an unholy silence that blanketed the air, and suddenly, like a bolt of lightning, the door to the yurt burst open. A figure clad in dark furs strode in, the dim light revealing an imposing silhouette. It was Kublai, Ojide's son. His expression was a mask of fury, but beneath it lay a vulnerability that gnawed at the edges of his determination. "We must act," he thundered, his voice fierce, cutting through the silence like a sword. "The Empire cannot fall into chaos. We cannot let the blood of our ancestors spill for nothing." The room quaked with unspoken thoughts, fears clashing like swords. Kublai's presence ignited something within Batu, a flicker of defiance. "You think you can simply command us?" Batu spat back, anger coloring his words red. "Your father is gone. This is no longer his empire." The words hung in the air, heavy with consequence, and I felt my heart pounding in my chest. I wanted to scream, to stop this spiraling confrontation, but the words tangled in my throat. I watched as the two men faced each other, both flawed yet relatable, both warriors forged by a legacy they never truly asked for. "You do not understand what is at stake." Kublai fired back, the desperation in his voice unmasking the fragility of his resolve. "Our enemies are gathering, and the winds of discord are rising. We must unite. But at what cost?" Batu's voice cracked, exposing a deep-seated fear of betrayal, of losing what little family he had left to the tides of ambition. "You speak of unity, yet it comes with a price, our loyalty, our blood." The tension in the yurt was a living thing, coiling tighter with each passing heartbeat, until the air felt electric. I could feel the weight of history pressing down on all of us, the enormity of the moment crashing like waves against the shore. Every breath hung heavy, full of unspoken words, lost dreams, and the haunting echoes of a legacy crumbling before us. With each heartbeat, I was pulled deeper into this maelstrom of emotion. The shadows danced across the yurt, flickering and wavering, reflecting the choices that loomed. Loyalty or ambition? Family or power? As I watched my brother and Kublai, their faces etched with pain and determination, I understood that the death of Ojide Khan was not merely an end, it was a catalyst, a spark that would ignite the fires of conflict that would tear through the empire. The storm outside raged louder, a reflection of the turmoil within us. I felt as if the very cosmos was watching, stars blinked out like forgotten hopes, while new constellations of fate began to form. A reckoning was near. The fates of men intertwined, destinies hanging by a thread, and I stood frozen, caught in the eye of this tempest, knowing that the echoes of this moment would resonate throughout history. And somewhere in that swirling chaos, a truth nestled within me, our truth that whispered, "You are part of this. You cannot turn away." The hands of time twisted, the future unfurling like a dark tapestry, inviting us all into its depths. As the shadows lengthened, silence loomed once more, and a new chapter in the saga of the Mongol Empire hung poised on the brink, a turning point shrouded in uncertainty and dread. The wind howled through the abandoned steppe, a mournful beast lamenting the blood that soaked the earth beneath it. I stood there, heart pounding, as shadows danced between the remnants of a once mighty camp. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and the metallic tang of war. I could almost hear the whispers of the fallen, their cries echoing in the recesses of my mind. They were the ghosts of a legacy, and their hunger for vengeance painted the stars a shade darker that night. I remember how it began, one fateful decision, a flicker in the vast tapestry of history. The death of the great Khan had sent ripples of uncertainty through the sprawling Mongol Empire, a beast now gnawing on its own entrails. I was not a warrior, just a witness, yet I felt the tremors of ambition coursing through my veins, igniting a fire that would consume us all. As the sun dipped below the horizon like a dying ember, two brothers stood at the precipice of a conflict that would shatter the very foundation of everything they held dear. Kublai, the elder, bore the weight of a crown heavy with expectations. His eyes, once filled with dreams of conquest, now shimmered with the ghosts of his ancestors, haunting him, mocking him. He was a man caught between the past's grandeur and the present's suffocating grip. He remembered their father's laughter, the way it echoed like thunder across the steppes, an unrelenting reminder of the legacy he was destined to uphold. Yet now, that laughter felt like a noose tightening around his throat. He wanted to be a ruler, not a butcher, but the maw of civil war gaped wide before him, hungry for a taste of brotherly blood. Then there was Arik, the younger, whose heart pulsed with the fervor of 1,000 raging storms. He was the shadow that trailed Kublai, a dark mirror reflecting every flaw, every weakness. His ambition burned like a wildfire, consuming everything in its path, leaving behind a desolate landscape of ash and regret. As he paced through the moonlit camp, the weight of his dreams bore down on him, whispering promises of power that danced just out of reach. He remembered their childhood, the innocent games in the grass, where their biggest worry was who got the last piece of dried meat. Those days felt like a cruel joke now, with the specter of betrayal looming in the air like a thick fog. I remember the night we played at being kings, the stars our only witnesses, Arik muttered to himself, fingers trembling on the hilt of his sword. But now, those stars bleed with the promise of blood. I will not be the one to bow. And so the stage was set, the stakes heightened by the very bond that once united them. It was a candle flickering in the obscured abyss, casting long shadows that twisted and stretched into grotesque shapes. The night was alive, crackling with an impending storm as Kublai held a council with his advisors, their faces reflecting a mixture of fear and fervor. Each word echoed in my mind: who will support the rightful heir? Who among us will pledge their loyalty? The tension coiled tighter, strangling the life out of the room, each heartbeat a reminder of how fragile their unity had become. I remember the sound of steel sliding from its sheath, a shuddering breath caught in the throat of 1,000 souls. Kublai's hand hovered over his sword, poised to defend his birthright, while Arik stood across the table, fueled by a fire that could consume worlds. The air crackled with their unspoken truths, layered like the thick fog that cloaked the steppe. With every passing second, the tension thickened, a noose closing around their fates. "Brother, we do not have to do this," Kublai's voice cracked, a plea laced with desperation. "We can find another way." Arik's laughter rang out, a chilling sound that echoed like an omen. "Another way? You think our father's legacy can be salvaged through peaceful words? The empire bleeds, Kublai. I will not be cast aside like a shadow in your light." And just like that, the dam broke. The brothers surged forward, weapons drawn, a deadly ballet of their childhood now twisted into a dance of death. I felt every strike reverberate through the ground, each clash of metal a heart-wrenching reminder of what was being lost. Memories tumbled like leaves in a storm, laughter turned to rage, dreams to nightmares. In that moment, I felt the weight of my own heart, heavy with the knowledge that I, too, was complicit in this tragic play. Standing with the onlookers, I saw the faces of the warriors. They were no longer men, but ghosts of their former selves, gripped by the madness of loyalty and ambition. The sparks flew like stars exploding in the night sky, illuminating the horror that had become their reality. "Do you remember, Kublai?" Arik spat, his breath ragged, filled with the venom of betrayal.
Do you remember when we swore to always stand together?
Now the only oath left is the one that demands blood. I remember, Kublai breathed, his voice a fragile whisper. I remember the bond we forged, but I will not let it chain me to your madness. The clash of steel sang a savage symphony, a haunting melody of sorrow and rage that drummed in my ears. There was no victor here, only men caught in life's unforgiving grasp, each heartbeat a reminder of the impending doom. As the dust settled and the shadows grew long, I realized that the true struggle for succession was not about power or glory but about the bonds that held us together, the haunting echoes of love twisted into the grotesque. The night deepened, and with it, the weight of the unspeakable tragedy loomed larger. As one brother fell to the ground, the other stood, breathless and haunted, his heart wrenched apart by the cruel reality of his victory. The stars, once a canvas of dreams, now bore witness to the chaos, their light swallowed by the shadows of despair. I stood there, a spectator to a tragedy that was never meant to unfold, my heart pounding with the echoes of a love lost in the throes of ambition. The screams of the past rang through me, and I felt the enormity of the night settle like a shroud, an unending cycle of pain, ambition, and the relentless march of time. The cosmos above seemed to bend, a dark wind whispering the inevitable truth. Some legacies are forged in iron and blood, while others crumble beneath the weight of their own shadows. The sun hung low, a fiery orb bleeding into the horizon, casting long shadows across the steppe. In the distance, the haunting sound of a war horn echoed like a ghostly whisper, a desperate cry for unity amidst a storm of chaos. I stood there, heart thrumming with the rhythm of an ancient drum, the air thick with the promise of betrayal. The election of Möngke Khan was upon us, and I could taste the tension, sharp and electric, like the crackle before a tempest. I remember the faces, etched with worry, ambition, and unquenchable greed. They crowded around the great Khan's yurt, eyes darting like hunted animals, each soul cloaked in secrets. Among them was Kublai, the fiery spirit, brother to Möngke, who wore his heart on his sleeve, a dangerous trait in these times. He paced like a caged wolf, every step echoing his inner turmoil, the shadow of expectation pressing down upon him. I felt his struggle, the weight of legacy and the burden of familial loyalty. A flare of anger ignited in his chest, for he dared to dream of a world painted in his own colors, yet knew full well that his aspirations danced on a precipice. And there, too, was Arik, a cunning figure with a smile like a serpent's hiss. He was the embodiment of hunger, a man who could charm the sun from the sky but concealed venom beneath his charm. His eyes sparkled with mischief and ambition, plotting a path that twisted like a serpent's tail. The air around him felt charged, electric, as if he could harness the very elements to shape his destiny. Yet beneath that polished exterior lay a man consumed by fear, fear of being overshadowed, of disappearing into the vastness of history like a forgotten whisper. As the sun bled its last light, the murmurs grew louder, swirling with uncertainty, desperation, and the haunting reminder of what was at stake. The world was watching. The Mongol Empire, once a magnificent tapestry woven from the threads of conquest and unity, now frayed at the edges. The old Khan had passed, and the air was thick with the scent of impending strife. Who would rise? Who would fall? The very fate of their future hung in the balance, swaying like the flames of a flickering torch. I remember the moment when Kublai's eyes met mine, a fleeting connection, a silent plea. "What if," he whispered, his voice barely more than a breath, but it carried the weight of mountains.
What if I am not enough?
In that moment, I felt the ground beneath us shift, the pull of history demanding answers, consequences, and the intoxicating allure of power. The clock ticked ominously, almost mocking in its persistence. Each second stretched into eternity, a heartbeat in the darkness. Arik's laughter cut through the tension like a sharp blade, his voice dripping with disdain. "You," he sneered, a predator sizing up his prey. "You think you can carry the mantle? You are a mere shadow. I am the sun." The word stung, igniting a fire in Kublai's chest, a fierce determination that threatened to consume him. The tension crackled in the air, a palpable force, as Kublai wrestled with the truth of Arik's words. Was the sun destined to rise over him, or could he carve his own place in the annals of history? Night fell like a shroud, cloaking the steppe in darkness and uncertainty. In the heart of the gathering thrummed a pulse of desperation. Whispers of ghostly figures, past Khans, long-forgotten warriors, seemed to linger, watching, judging. The weight of their legacy hung heavily upon Kublai and Arik, each man haunted by the specters of their ancestors, urging them to greatness or dragging them into oblivion. I felt the tension escalate, a storm gathering on the horizon. The shadows deepened, and suddenly, the air was thick with the scent of betrayal, sharp and metallic. Kublai's fists clenched at his sides, the fire inside him roaring to life as he stepped forward, challenging the silence. "This is not just about power," he declared, voice rising defiantly. "It's about our people. About our future. I will not stand idle while the flames of discord threaten to engulf us all." Arik's laughter was a jagged shard of glass, sharp and cutting. "You think the people care for your noble intentions? They care for strength. Power. They want a leader who can wield the sword, not one who hides behind the veil of dreams." His words dripped with venom, and I watched as Kublai's resolve wavered, the shadows of doubt creeping in like thieves in the night. The tension hung thick, electric, a breath away from violence, a heartbeat from revelation. In that moment, time seemed to twist, folding in on itself, and I could taste the raw urgency in the air. I remember feeling every heartbeat, every pulse of desperation resonating through the crowd like a drum. What would happen when the dust settled? When the last stone fell? And then, as if the universe conspired to push them to their breaking point, a voice emerged from the depths of the gathering, an elder, weathered and wise. "Listen. This is not a battle of strength, but of spirit. The true Khan must unite, not divide. The choice before you is not just yours, it belongs to the world." Her words hung in the air, a fragile thread woven through the storm of ambition and fear. Kublai looked at Arik, and for a moment, I saw something shift, an understanding, a flicker of acknowledgement, a bond forged through the fire of ambition. But just as quickly, the shadows returned, wrapping around them like an embrace from the void. The election of Möngke Khan would not just determine a leader, it would forge the very essence of the empire, a choice that echoed through time like a haunting melody. The air was thick with tension, anticipation crackling like thunder. As the night wore on, uncertainty twisted in my gut, a living thing. What awaited us in the dawn? A harbinger of hope or a spectre of despair? The election, I realized, was not merely an event, it was a crucible, a moment that would forge or fracture the very soul of a people. The shadows deepened, and as the stars blinked into existence above the steppe, one thing was clear: nothing would remain the same. And in the heart of that darkness, the whispers of fate began to stir, echoes of power, ambition, and the ever-looming spectre of the past. The election of Möngke Khan was not an end, it was merely the threshold of a new beginning, a tapestry yet to be woven, a haunting melody still unsung. The stage was set, the players ready, and I felt it in my bones. What was to come would resonate through the ages. The wind howled like a wounded animal, a mournful sound that swept across the vast steppes, rattling bones and echoing the cries of lost souls. I stood there, heart pounding in rhythm with the approaching hooves, thundering, relentless, a storm of fury and ambition barreling toward us. The sun bled red across the horizon, a cruel omen, as the banners of the Mongol Empire unfurled, flapping violently like caged birds desperate to escape their confinement. Möngke Khan, a man forged from the very fires of determination, sat astride his mighty steed, his eyes two dark wells of intensity. I could see the weight of 1,000 dreams etched into his brow, dreams of unification, of an empire sprawling like a restless beast. But that very ambition came with a price, and I was not merely an observer, I was a cog in his grand design, caught between the jarring cadence of loyalty and treachery. And then there was Kublai, his brother, forever in the shadow of Möngke's towering ambition, a volcano of emotions waiting to erupt. He felt the heat of the sun on his skin, but it was the burning jealousy in his heart that gnawed at him. He was a man divided, caught between love for his brother and an unquenchable yearning for recognition. I could see him shifting in his saddle, the way his fingers twitched on the hilt of his sword, like a moth drawn to the flame. He wanted to reach out, to prove that he, too, could shape the world, even if it meant breaking it apart. "Do you hear it?" Kublai whispered hurriedly, a tremor in his voice, as if the wind itself carried secrets that only he could grasp. "The people are restless. Whispers of rebellion creep like dark shadows through the camp. They want a leader who listens, not a ruler who commands. Möngke's gaze remained fixed on the horizon, unfazed. They need strength, Kublai. Unification demands sacrifice. Weakness breeds chaos. His voice was a blade, sharp and unyielding, carving through doubt as he clung to the vision of a united empire. But I could see the cracks in his resolve, hear the ghost of uncertainty that flickered at the edges of his words. I was there when the camp erupted, the shouts of warriors piercing the stillness like arrows flying through the evening air. Faces contorted with rage, desperation, and bloodlust painted a grotesque portrait of the moment. Men clashed like titans, their war cries merging into a cacophony that resonated deep within my bones. I remember thinking, this is what ambition sounds like, raw and savage, a melody of chaos that would leave scars on the soul. Kublai was in the fray, grappling with a rival, wild-eyed and frothing with unhinged passion. I watched him wrestle not just with the enemy before him, but with the specter of his own fears. This isn't just about strength, he shouted, voice breaking as he threw his opponent to the ground. It's about heart. About listening to the people. But in that moment, I saw the cracks widen, the betrayal of his brother's vision echoed in his desperate gaze. A dagger's edge glinted fiercely, and the air thickened with the taste of impending death. I felt a shiver crawl down my spine as I rushed toward him, an instinct born from the urgency of brotherhood. Kublai! Move! I screamed, my voice lost in the chaos. The world slowed as if caught in a dream. I remember the moment his eyes locked onto mine, uncertainty flickering like a candle before the storm. The dagger plunged downward, but fate intervened, a swift, brutal pivot, and Kublai caught it, the blade grazing his palm, bright crimson against the dusky earth. He faced his rival, a storm now brewing within. You think strength is power? Kublai shouted, his breath ragged, voice rising above the fray. No. True power is understanding, is listening. It's the bond between brothers, forged in battle. But Möngke, watching from a distance, felt the tremors of this descent. His heart thudded against his ribcage like a war drum, beating out a rhythm of desperation, his vision of an empire hanging by a thread. The faces of his warriors were unreadable, some sought blood, others sought reason. Would he be a king of men, or a ruler of ghosts? The shadows grew long, stretching toward the horizon, as night descended with a blanket of silence, swallowing the chaos whole. In that eerie stillness, the air was thick with unanswered questions. I stood between them, heart racing, a witness to their unraveling. Kublai, bleeding yet unbroken, and Möngke, unyielding yet haunted, both men shaped by the same brutal forces of fate yet pulled by different desires, each a reflection of what the other feared to become. And I remember the night sky, vast and unfathomable, the stars whispering tales of ancient heroes, of unity forged through struggle. The cosmos knew the weight of their battle, it held the echoes of their dreams, their fears, and the dark humor of human ambition. Look up, I wanted to say, look beyond the chaos and see your place in this unfolding story. But the stars remained silent, perhaps they too were wise enough to know that some stories must be written in blood, in fire, in the unrelenting clash of hearts and wills. As dawn broke, the first light spilling over the horizon, a new day loomed heavy with uncertainty. I felt the tension wrap around us like a noose, urging us forward into the unknown. I could taste the sharp tang of destiny in the air, an impending confrontation, an emotional climax that promised to change everything. With every heartbeat, I could sense the threads of fate weaving tighter, binding Möngke and Kublai in an intricate tapestry of ambition and brotherhood. This was not merely a battle for the Mongol Empire, this was a reckoning, a pivotal moment where dreams and nightmares converged. As I stood at the edge of their struggle, caught in the maelstrom of their emotions, I realized the story had only just begun. The shadows loomed larger, the stakes grew higher, and the empire's future hung precariously in the balance. We were not just fighting for land or power, we were battling for the very essence of who we were, brothers, warriors, men destined to shape the world, or be consumed by it. And as the sun rose, casting its golden light over the chaos that lay ahead, I knew that the true battle had yet to come. The unification of an empire would demand everything, blood, tears, and perhaps, even a sacrifice of the heart. The air crackled with tension, thick as the dust that swirled in the sparse light of the grand yurt. Shadows danced like errant thoughts across the walls, and in that hushed moment, you could hear the heartbeat of a nation. Time felt suspended, the breath of history caught in the throats of those gathered. A council was convening, but it felt more like a reckoning. The flickering flames cast grotesque shapes, and I could almost taste the desperation clinging to the stone-carved faces of the men and women within. Each heartbeat echoed with unspoken fears, a prelude to chaos. Möngke Khan sat at the center, a young ruler poised at the brink of greatness and oblivion. His dark eyes, pools of uncertainty, flitted between the advisors, his trusted confidants and hidden rivals. His breath was shallow, a quiet storm brewing beneath the surface. The weight of his ancestors pressed down on him like a heavy cloak, and in that oppressive silence, he was just a boy wearing the crown of a god. Beside him, Jeeb, the wolf-hearted warrior, leaned forward, his voice low and conspiratorial. "We stand at a crossroads, my Khan." The whispers of dissent grow louder with each passing hour. The words sliced through the air, each syllable a knife. Jeeb's worn features betrayed the battles he had fought, both on the field and within himself. A hero, yet burdened by the specter of his own ambition. I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a manic glint that hinted at the chaos lurking just beyond the horizon. This was a man who had tasted glory, but now he feared the very thing he craved, power. And then there was Torgjud, the wise old sage, with a brow furrowed like the wrinkles of the earth. His voice, a rasping whisper, danced with ancient knowledge. "The stars align, Möngke. The cosmos does not lie. You must heed their call." His gnarled hands trembled as they gestured toward the night sky, where the constellations flickered like lost souls. Torgjud was a man haunted by his past, his prophecies a bittersweet reminder of the lives he could never save. I felt the weight of his sorrow wash over me, a slow tide of regret that threatened to drown us all. "I remember the dreams," Möngke confessed, his voice barely above a murmur. "The dreams where I stand in the ruins of a great city, the ashes of my empire swirling in the wind." The confession hung in the air like a ghost, wrapping around us with chilling intimacy. I saw Jeeb's lips tighten, the flicker of anxiety racing across his face. Torgjud closed his eyes, lost in a recollection of his own, perhaps the visions of a youth spent chasing shadows on the battlefield. The council room felt like a crucible, an unrelenting pressure building with every heartbeat. Torgjud's eyes opened, dark and piercing. "You cannot escape destiny, Möngke. You must seize it with iron hands." The words were a siren's call, a promise wrapped in peril. The flicker of the fire illuminated the deep lines of worry etched into his leathery skin, mapping out a life riddled with choices, each one cascading like a river into chaos. And chaos, oh, how it loomed just beyond the horizon, a tempest waiting to break the surface. As the night deepened, the tension pulled tighter, like a bowstring ready to snap. I could feel the air heavy with anticipation, pregnant with unsaid words and unfulfilled desires. Jeeb's voice broke the suffocating silence once more, brimming with intensity. "We must act, before the dream becomes our reality." His eyes blazed with determination, yet within the fire lay a flicker of despair. The turmoil within him mirrored the storm outside, where distant thunder echoed the brewing conflict, as if the heavens themselves were warning us of the impending doom. Möngke's hands trembled, the weight of leadership pressing down like 1,000 stones. But how? How do I lead when I fear the darkness that lurks within me? The admission was raw, a wound laid bare for all to see. In that moment, the mighty Khan was stripped of his armor, revealing a soul riddled with the same shadows that haunted the rest of us. I felt a pang of empathy surge through me, a shared understanding of the burdens we all carried. The flickering flames cast a warm glow, yet it felt cold, a reminder that there was no shelter from the storm that threatened to engulf us. The very air hummed with unrelenting tension, and I could almost hear the unspoken words swirling in the darkness, taunting us, beckoning us closer to the edge of oblivion. "Trust the stars, Möngke," Torgjud urged, leaning closer as if to shield the young Khan from the shadows. "They will guide you, even in the deepest night." His voice trembled, revealing the cracks in his facade, the inadequacy he felt in his attempts to decode the cosmos. But was it enough? Could the stars truly offer solace when the storms of rebellion raged outside the yurt, ready to devour them whole? I felt the fear clawing at my insides, gripping my heart with icy fingers, as uncertainty loomed like a spectre, whispering warnings of betrayal and loss. Jeeb's gaze turned to the doorway, a shadow passing briefly before disappearing into the night. "We are not alone," he said, voice low and urgent. Tension hung thick in the air as their eyes followed his gaze, a silent acknowledgement of the ghosts who lingered, watching the unraveling of fate. "Every decision carries the weight of the world," Möngke whispered, a tremor in his voice that spoke of the burden he had yet to shoulder. "And every choice could lead us into darkness." The dread of the unknown seeped into the very marrow of his being. The circle of advisors closed in, their breaths mingling in the charged atmosphere, each one caught in the web of duty, loyalty, and the gnawing fear of betrayal. They were not just advisors, they were fragments of Möngke's very soul, reflections of his inner turmoil. The confrontation loomed closer, an inevitable clash of ideologies and emotions, ready to erupt. In that moment, I felt the pulse of history quicken, a heartbeat shared among them, echoing through time. With each breath, I felt the weight of their decisions, the tremors of their fears vibrating through the very fabric of existence. The stage was set for an emotional climax that would shape not only their destinies but the fate of an empire. As I stood there, caught in the whirlwind of their lives, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were all mere players in this grand, cosmic tragedy. Each heart, each breath, a note in the symphony of uncertainty, forever echoing in the corridors of time. The night sky draped over the sprawling steppes like an indigo shroud, whispering secrets lost in the wind. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, heart pounding like a war drum. It was a silence so profound it seemed almost an accusation, as if the stars themselves were judging us. Beneath this celestial gaze, the Mongol Empire trembled, ready to unleash a storm, not of arrows or swords, but of reforms that would reshape the world. I could feel it in my marrow, a reckoning was at hand. Genghis Khan's shadow loomed over every decision, a ghostly figure of ambition and brutality. Now, his sons were at the helm, grappling with a legacy that was as much a burden as it was a beacon. Kublai, young yet haunted, wrestled with his thoughts like a man ensnared in quicksand. The whispers of his father's conquests echoed in his ears, but the weight of governance pressed him down, suffocating. He longed to be the architect of prosperity, yet fear clawed at him, gnawing at his resolve. Across the camp, the flickering flames cast long shadows on the faces of the men gathered. Each flicker was a pulse, a heartbeat, and I could see it, the tension, strung taut like a bowstring, waiting for release. Among them was Jeeb, the archer whose arrows sang songs of death, now caught in a web of doubt. His hands trembled, not from fear of battle, but from the weight of doubt. Would these reforms bring glory or doom? He thought of the villages he had raised, the families torn apart, and now he wished to build, not destroy. But the ghosts, oh, the ghosts, they whispered in the corners of his mind, a cacophony of regret. I remember the first time I met Jeeb. He was grinning, confident, an embodiment of youthful bravado. Now, that smile had evaporated, replaced by a tightness in his jaw. "What if we fail?" he muttered, staring into the flames, as if they held the answers to his unasked questions. Those words hung in the air, heavy with despair, as if they were a prophecy waiting to unfold. Kublai stepped forward, his silhouette stark against the firelight. "We will not be like our forefathers, bound by blood and tradition," he declared, voice steady yet laced with urgency. Every word was a firecracker, exploding in the silence, demanding attention. "We shall govern differently. We shall bring order to the chaos." But even as he spoke, doubt flickered behind his eyes, a shadow of uncertainty lurking just beneath the surface. "How?" Jeeb's voice cracked like ice breaking on a frozen lake. "How do we change what has been ingrained in our very bones?" In that moment, I felt the weight of the cosmos pressing down on us. The stars seemed to align in judgment, and I was standing on the precipice of history, watching as these men fought their demons. Jeeb was a warrior wrestling with the notion of mercy, Kublai, a prince burdened with the expectations of an empire. Here they stood, at the crossroads of destiny, and the air shimmered with the tension of the choices they were about to make. Jeeb stepped forward, fists clenched. "If we are to change, we must not only speak of reform. We must act. Our people suffer, and we sit in our tents like kings of old, basking in glory while they starve. The firelight danced on his face, highlighting the raw desperation in his eyes. He was a man on the edge, hovering between rage and conviction. Kublai's expression darkened, the weight of leadership pinching at his heart. And what of the traditions? What of the ways of our ancestors? A question tinged with fear and a yearning for the past. But as he spoke, he realized the truth. Tradition could be a shackle, binding him to a past that had wrought suffering. In the silence that followed, I felt the tension shift, a palpable crack in the air, like the moment before a storm breaks. We can't live in the shadows of our fathers forever, Jeeb breathed, and there it was, the spark of revolution hidden in those words. We can forge a new path, but it will require sacrifice. The fire crackled ominously, each pop echoing like the tolling of a bell, time running out. Kublai's gaze softened, an understanding glimmering in his eyes. A new era, he whispered, more to himself than to Jeeb. But at what cost? Suddenly, the night sky seemed to shift, dark clouds rolled in like a curtain falling on a tragic play. A storm was brewing, both within them and outside. I felt the atmosphere crackle with impending change, and the weight of the future pressed against my chest. Time became elastic, stretching and compressing in a single heartbeat. I could hear the whispers of the past mingling with the cries of the future, a cacophony that spun in the air like a tempest. They were moments away from a decision that could fracture or forge a nation, and every second felt like a lifetime. Tomorrow, Kublai finally said, voice firm, we will set forth our decree. The Empire will remember this day, for better or for worse. There was finality in his tone, a commitment laden with the gravity of fate. And in that breath, amidst the whispers of ancestors and the ghosts of choices past, I felt an ancient truth: history is never written in the annals of time, it is forged in the hearts of those brave enough to dream of something different. As the first droplets of rain began to fall, I knew they would stand together, shoulders squared against the storm, ready to confront whatever awaited them. The Empire would reshape itself, perhaps through the fires of conflict, perhaps through the tender touch of mercy. But the winds of change were stirring, and nothing would ever be the same. And so, the night deepened, shadows danced, and the promise of reform hung heavy in the air, a heartbeat echoing through the silence, a promise of hope woven into the fabric of fate, waiting for dawn to break. The moon hung low over the sprawling city of Lebanon, its ghostly light casting long shadows that flickered and danced like restless spirits. The air was thick with tension, a silence so profound it felt as if the universe itself was holding its breath. In the heart of this ancient metropolis, three figures stood at the edge of a precipice, destiny swirling around them like the cold winds of winter. I remember the chill biting through my tunic, the pulse of fear thrumming in my veins. It was that moment, the calm before the storm, when the enormity of our undertaking loomed larger than life. The conquest of China was no mere military campaign, it was a tempest of ambition, desire, and a quest for belonging that clawed at our very souls. Li Wei, the strategist, was a man driven by a shadowy past. His eyes were twin black holes, drawing you in, but revealing nothing. I saw his lips tremble, not from the cold, but from a rage buried so deep it threatened to consume him. "This will change everything," he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking the words too loudly would shatter the fragile reality we clung to. I felt the weight of those words, heavy with promise and peril. Beside him stood the warrior. Her armor gleamed under the moonlight, but it was her spirit that shone brightest. She was fierce, ablaze in the night, but beneath that fire lay the ashes of doubt. "What if we fail?" she asked, her voice trembling like the first crack of thunder before a storm. "What if we become the very monsters we seek to vanquish?" I could see the flicker of fear in her eyes, a reflection of my own doubts. And then there was me, an outsider among giants, an observer lost in the unfolding drama of history. They had charged me with chronicling this audacious endeavor, but the unfolding chaos seeped into my words, blurring the lines between scribe and participant. "I remember the stories," I said, hoping to anchor us all in something tangible, something real. "The tales of those who came before. Great warriors, lost empires, they tell of glory, but they forget the cost." The moon's impending eclipse felt prophetic, a dark omen whispering of the blood to spill. I shivered, recalling the echoes of laughter from the battlefields of yore, laughter that turned to screams, turning history into a macabre tapestry of triumphs and tragedies. As we moved deeper into the city, the streets came alive with shadows, memories of 1,000 lives intertwining with ours. The vendors shouted their wares, their voices a cacophony of desperation, each cry mingling with the scent of spiced meat and the earthiness of sweat. I watched my gaze flicker toward a group of children, playing with makeshift toys, their innocence a painful reminder of what our mission threatened to destroy. They don't know, she breathed, and I felt her heart ache. They don't understand the world we're about to unleash. Li Wei's jaw clenched. They will remember us, he said, his voice a mixture of conviction and fear. Or they will perish. We will etch our names into the annals of history. But I saw it, the trembling beneath his bravado, the cracks in his armor. He wore ambition like a shroud, but ambition is a fickle companion, one that devours those who dare to embrace it too tightly. We arrived at the command tent, a breathing entity thrumming with tension. Maps sprawled across tables, littered with chess pieces and broken dreams. The generals, their faces lined with both wisdom and weariness, turned to us as we entered. Their eyes were mirrors reflecting the weight of their choices, each decision a step closer to glory or doom. Prepare for the night, one commanded, his voice like gravel, a tempest brewing beneath. I felt the air thicken, a palpable electricity crackling between us. We were on the precipice of something monumental, and yet, in that moment, it felt as if the walls were closing in, the shadows creeping ever closer. With every heartbeat, the world outside faded into a blur. I could hear my own breath, each inhalation raw and ragged. What did we truly seek, I wondered? Power, revenge, redemption? Or was it something more elusive, an understanding, a connection to the world that had always felt out of reach? Night fell, draping the city in an oppressive curtain. The soldiers' faces were painted with fear and determination, a haunting portrait of humanity teetering on the edge. As the first cries of battle echoed through the air, I felt a jolt of primal instinct surge through me. Fear morphed into exhilaration, and I realized I was both a witness and a participant in this unfolding tragedy. Li Wei's strategies clashed against the chaos of war, a dance of life and death played out under the gaze of the indifferent stars. Mai fought with a ferocity that rivaled the very elements, her blade carving through the darkness, each swing a testament to her unyielding spirit. I watched, entranced, as the lines between light and shadow blurred, the cries of the wounded mingling with the laughter of those who found joy even in the face of despair. And in that moment, beneath the relentless sky, I understood. The conquest of China was not merely about land or power, it was a battle for the soul. Each clash of steel echoed a desperate plea for connection, for validation in a world that often felt impossibly vast and cold. As dawn broke, casting an eerie glow over the battlefield, the air hung heavy with the remnants of dreams shattered and goals achieved. In the distance, I could see the ghosts of those who fought, their whispers mingling with the wind, urging us forward. The fight was far from over, the world around us shifted, and we were caught in its relentless tide. I remember the day we stood on the brink, fueled by gods and demons alike, yearning for more than just victory. And I knew, with a profound clarity, that we were only beginning to peel back the layers of history, revealing the raw, unfiltered truth of humanity's relentless pursuit of its own reflection. The wind howled through the narrow streets of Hangzhou, a wailing cry that echoed the fear gripping the hearts of the people. In that moment, the air thick with tension felt alive, as if the shadows themselves conspired against the Southern Song dynasty. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, watching the flickering lanterns cast ghostly shapes on the damp cobblestones, and all I could think was, this is how it ends. Zhao Wei, a soldier with blood-stained hands and a heart weighed down by doubt, clutched his sword like a lifeline. He had seen too much, too many of his brothers fall, their lifeless bodies strewn across the battlefield like discarded toys. I remember their faces, he whispered to himself, as if invoking their spirits. I remember the promises I made. Each word dripped with a regret that gnawed at his insides, the taste of iron lingering on his tongue. He was here to protect, to fight for a cause that seemed more distant than the stars. But as the echoes of war drums approached, a chilling thought pierced through the fog of his determination. Was he fighting for a dynasty, or for the ghosts of men he could no longer save? Just beyond him, Lin Mai watched, her heart pounding, a drumbeat of desperation in her chest. She was no soldier, her battlefield lay in the confines of her home, where the walls whispered secrets of a past that refused to fade. Her husband had marched into the fray, and with each passing day, each anxious night, her hope was being picked apart, piece by piece, until only a fragile thread remained. A thread that could snap at any moment. I remember our laughter, she thought, fingers trembling as she clutched the silk of her robe, its colors a mockery of joy. I remember the way he held me. The memories danced like phantoms, taunting her, reminding her that love was as much a weapon as a sword, but it could not shield her from the encroaching darkness. The city trembled, a living entity on the brink of collapse, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, the shadows lengthened, swallowing the last vestiges of light. Jiao Wei felt it before he saw it, the shift in the air, that sense of something monstrous lurking just beyond the veil of the ordinary. The southern song was crumbling, and with it, every fragile dream that had been spun into existence. He cast a glance at Lin Mai, a fleeting connection that ignited a spark of determination, even in a world drenched in uncertainty. "Hold on," he mouthed silently, though he knew not if she could hear him. The distance between them felt infinite, yet it narrowed with each heartbeat, each shared breath. If only he could be there, to shield her from the horrors that loomed. And then, chaos erupted. The clash of steel rang out like thunder, reverberating through the streets, a question that demanded an answer. The enemy surged forward, faces masked in hatred, eyes blazing with a fanaticism that sent chills racing down Jiao Wei's spine. He remembered the stories, the tales of sacrifices made, of blood spilled in the name of a greater cause. But now, standing in the thick of it all, those stories crumbled against the stark reality of life and death, of flesh versus steel. He could feel the weight of the sword in his hand, the weight of a decision that would echo through eternity. Lin Mai's world shattered as she heard the screams, the cries of anguish that clawed at her sanity. She stumbled to the doorway, her breath caught in a vice grip of terror. "No," she screamed, and the sound was raw, a visceral howl that clawed its way from the depths of her soul. "You can't take him. You can't take anyone else." The universe felt like it was closing in, and her heart raced against the clock, each tick echoing the passage of time, time she could not afford to waste. She turned back, searching for her child, a tiny being ensnared in the mayhem. "I will not lose you," she vowed to the darkness, and that promise ignited a flame of desperation within her, a force powerful enough to defy fate itself. Jiao Wei fought like a man possessed, a fury coursing through his veins that drowned out the fear gnawing at his insides. Each swing of his sword felt like a tribute to those who had fallen, a tribute to Lin Mai, to every cherished moment he had ever known. But with every enemy that fell, there was a hollow echo, a sense of loss that could never be filled. The battlefield morphed into a grotesque dance of death, and he felt like a marionette, strings pulled taut by an unseen hand. "Is this what it means to be a hero?" he thought, as another figure crumpled to the ground, their eyes wide in shock. To bear witness to so much suffering. The question hung in the air between breaths, lingering like smoke from a dying flame. The ground beneath him trembled as the tides of battle surged and receded, and in that chaos, he glimpsed Lin Mai once more. She stood there, framed by the chaos, a beacon in the storm. Their eyes met, and in that fleeting moment, a silent understanding passed between them, a pact forged in love and despair. "I will find you," he promised, though the weight of uncertainty clung to the words like shadows at dusk. But the world was unrelenting, and as the clash of weapons filled the air, it became clear that this was only the beginning. The Southern Song dynasty was a fragile structure, a beautiful tapestry woven from dreams that now threatened to unravel. As the sun finally surrendered to the darkness, the true horror began to unfurl, a nightmare that would push Jiao Wei and Lin Mai to the brink, testing their resolve and shaking the very foundations of their souls. Hope flickered like the final flame of a dying candle, and yet, in the deepest shadows, something stirred, a yearning for redemption, a promise of reunion, a love that could not be extinguished. Time twisted around them, an ancient clock ticking away the moments, their lives entwined in an unbreakable bond even as the world crumbled into chaos. And in that suffocating darkness, when all seemed lost, the fight was far from over. The heart of the Southern Song still beat, a relentless drum echoing through the ages. And with every heartbeat, every breath, The story continued, drawing them deeper into the depths of despair and the heights of hope, an eternal cycle of pain and love, yearning and loss, a saga that would never truly end. The sun hung low over Hangzhou, blood-red and heavy, as if it too sensed the impending horror. The air crackled, thick with the scent of smoke and desperation. An eerie silence cloaked the streets, interrupted only by the distant echoes of clashing swords and the terrified cries of those trapped within. I stood there, heart pounding, rooted to the spot as fear clawed at my throat like an animal desperate to escape. The city, once so vibrant, now felt like a dying beast, trembling under the weight of an unseen enemy. Shadows danced along the cobblestones, whispering secrets of the night. I remember my brother, Jian, his face pale and tense, eyes dark as the encroaching night. He was never a warrior, he was a dreamer, always scribbling poetry in the margins of his scrolls, losing himself in the beauty of words while the rest of us prepared for conflict. And yet, here he was, holding a sword crafted from desperation, the metal slick with the sweat of his trembling hands. "We have to fight, he breathed, and I could see the flicker of fear and resolve struggling for dominance in his gaze. "We can't let them take our home." But Jian wasn't just fighting for our city, he was fighting for the ghosts of our childhood, the laughter that echoed through these streets, the colors that painted our memories. I felt that weight on my shoulders too, but the heaviness wasn't just a burden, it was a ghost of its own, a specter that choked the hope from my lungs. I nodded, though doubt gnawed at my insides. Would our courage be enough against an army that had already swallowed whole cities like ours? Then there was Chen, the local blacksmith, a stout man with hands calloused like the bark of ancient trees. He had forged weapons for us, but now he wielded one himself. A family man, his eldest son had already been swept away by the tide of war, and the pain etched into his features was a tapestry of loss. "If they come for us, I'll make them pay," he growled, a fire igniting in his chest. I could feel the heat radiating from his spirit, raw and untamed. His eyes held a promise, a desperate vow to protect what little remained of our lives. But the flicker of fear in his gaze, could it be extinguished by bravado alone? Somewhere beyond the walls, the enemy moved like a dark tide, relentless and unforgiving. I could hear their laughter, twisted and jagged, a haunting melody that echoed in my mind. The siege was more than a physical battle, it was a war of the spirit, a test of endurance, courage unraveling like the aged fabric of our city. With every breath, I felt history pressing down upon us, a weight that threatened to crush our hopes into dust. I remember the night when the first arrows rained down, each one a harbinger of despair, slicing through the air like whispers of death. They came earlier than expected, like shadows that had always lurked, waiting for their moment to pounce. I stood beside Jian as the first screams rose, a chorus of fear and disbelief. He was trembling, and I felt the tremor in my own heart, a rhythm that matched the chaos around us. The city was alive, yet it felt like it was dying, a whisper of its former glory fading before our eyes. "We need to strategize," I urged, though my voice wavered. "We can't just, strategies are useless if we're all dead," Jian shot back, urgency spilling from every word. His eyes darted to the horizon, where the sun had vanished, leaving only a cold twilight behind. "We need to fight like the ghosts of our ancestors, like they did in the old tales." But I could hear the truth in his words, the old tales were just that. The past had a way of romanticizing tragedy, painting it in strokes of heroism that felt out of reach in that moment. The reality was heavy, a prison of fear and uncertainty. I clenched my fists, the splinters of my resolve digging into my palms, my body a battleground of conflicting emotions. As night fell, the siege began in earnest. The enemy surged forward, a dark wave consuming everything in its path. I grasped hold of Jian's arm, his warmth fleeting as our lives collided with the chaos around us. "Remember the stories, Mai. Remember what we fight for," he shouted above the din, his voice a beacon amidst the storm. Yet, as I glanced at Chen, I saw him falter. The fire that once burned in his eyes flickered like a dying flame, his son's laughter haunting him, echoing through the clamor, mixing with the cries of the wounded. Then chaos reigned. The clang of steel against steel, the guttural cries of the injured, and the soft, haunting whispers of the dying filled the air. I felt the world fall away, a swirling vortex of terror, pulling me deeper into a void where time lost its meaning. The ghosts of our past danced around me, their faces contorted in fear and defiance, urging me to remember, to hold on to hope amidst the storm. Fire consumed the horizon, a monstrous inferno that mirrored the turmoil in our hearts. The boundaries of hope and despair blurred, and I could feel my spirit teetering on the edge. We fought, we bled, we screamed, every moment an eternity filled with heartache and determination. Gen was there, fighting fiercely, his poetry replaced with the raw brutality of survival. Chen roared with a fierce tenacity, but the weight of loss hung heavy upon him, a chain that threatened to drag him down. As dawn approached, the shadows grew long, dancing with a life of their own. We were warriors, yes, but we were also children of this city, hearts intertwined with its fate. I could taste the bitterness of despair, but somehow, we still breathed, still pushed against the tide. And as I stood in the chaos, amidst the ruins of our home, I knew this was more than a siege. It was a reckoning. A moment where every heartbeat echoed the cries of our ancestors, where we became a tapestry woven from fear, love, and undying spirit. The battle was far from over, the true fight lay ahead, a confrontation with our own hearts, our ghosts, and the very essence of who we were. As the first light broke over the horizon, I caught Jen's eye, and in that fleeting glance, amid the chaos, I felt a flicker of hope. What would tomorrow bring? All we knew was that we had to keep fighting, for ourselves and for the souls forever tethered to the streets of Hangzhou. The wind howled like a wounded beast, carrying with it the acrid scent of smoke and the distant wails of the dying. I can still feel the chill that sunk into my bones as I stood on that crumbling wall, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Villagers scurried below like ants disturbed from their nest, panic painting their faces a ghostly hue in the dim twilight. The siege was more than a mere battle, it was a storm, an unstoppable wave of fury threatening to swallow us whole. I remember the first time I met Togrul, a soldier of the Mongol horde, his gaze as fierce as the whirling winds that now assaulted our city. He stood on the other side of the wall, a figure carved from shadow, the enemy yet somehow not entirely foreign. He had a heart that beat beneath the iron shell of his armor, just as mine did. How strange it was to find kinship in the face of such destruction. His laughter echoed across the distance, a haunting melody that made me shiver. "You think your walls can hold against us?" he taunted, the words laced with a mix of arrogance and desperation that mirrored my own. Then there was Alia, my childhood friend, her hands trembling as she clutched the handle of a crude dagger, a weapon far too small for the chaos swirling around us. I saw the flicker of fear in her eyes, the unspoken question lingering in the air. What if we don't survive? She was brave, a firefly in the dark, but even a spark can be snuffed out. I wanted to reassure her, to tell her that everything would be fine, but the words lodged in my throat like shards of glass. Instead, I held her gaze, our breaths synchronized, two souls clinging to each other in the eye of the storm. The Mongols were relentless, pouring forth like a tide against our fortress, their siege engines looming like monstrous shadows. The catapults roared, hurling flaming projectiles that arced through the sky like meteors falling from a cursed world. The sound was deafening, each slam against our walls a reminder that we were but fleeting wisps in the vast tapestry of time. I could almost hear the clock ticking in my mind, each tick a heartbeat, each talk a reminder that we were running out of time. I remember the night before the assault, when we all gathered in the great hall, an air of desperation suffusing the atmosphere. The flicker of the torches cast grotesque shadows on the walls, transforming our fears into specters that danced in the corners of our minds. One by one, we recounted tales of bravery and despair, laughter mingling with tears, a strange symphony of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. I remember how Alia clutched my arm, the warmth of her skin a balm against the cold dread creeping into my heart. "Do you think they feel fear?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Do you think they dream like we do?" I wanted to laugh, to tell her that they were monsters, unfeeling and ruthless. But I couldn't, because in Togrul's eyes, I saw a flicker of humanity, a shared burden between us, the weight of survival pressing down like a heavy cloak. As dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, the first wave hit. I stood shoulder to shoulder with my fellow defenders, our faces set in grim determination. The world around us exploded into chaos, the clattering of swords and the cries of the wounded melding into a cacophony that challenged the very heavens. My heart raced as I watched the Mongol warriors surge forward, their faces wild and fierce, the embodiment of a tempest unleashed. Togrul led them, a dark figure at the heart of the storm, his sword glinting in the early light as he charged forward. For a moment, our eyes met across the battlefield, time freezing as the world dissolved into a blur of blood and screams. I saw the resolve in his gaze, the fire that drove him onward, and I couldn't help but wonder, what if he was just a man, fighting for his own dreams, his own survival? Could we be so different, he and I, caught in this dance of death? The walls trembled under the onslaught, the ground beneath my feet shaking as though the earth itself was alive, writhing in agony. I was no warrior, not in the way they were. I had never held a life in my hands before, and yet, as I swung my dagger, I felt a surge of something primal, raw. Fear became my fuel. I fought not just for my life, but for Alia, for the echoes of laughter that haunted the halls of our memories. Then it happened. A sharp pain erupted in my side as a blade pierced through, a cruel reminder of my fragility. I gasped, the world spinning around me, blood hot and sticky against my skin. In that moment, I saw Togrul again, his face now a mask of horror as he realized the weight of his actions. The battlefield blurred into a kaleidoscope of chaos, and I was drowning, a solitary figure lost in the thrumming heart of war. I remember Alia's scream, a sound that sliced through the chaos, pulling me back from the brink. She was there, her hands cradling my face, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Hold on," she cried, her voice fierce against the storm. It was a heartbeat, a tether to the world that felt impossibly distant. As darkness crept along the edges of my vision, I clung to that moment, the warmth of her presence, the fiery defiance in her spirit. And just like that, the Mongols surged again, a tidal wave of fury crashing against our defenses, and I realized, this was not just a battle. It was a reckoning. It was a clash of dreams and nightmares, of lives entwined in the bloody tapestry of history. The siege was relentless, but so was our will to survive. We were all just fragments of the same story, caught in this moment that felt both eternal and ephemeral. With each breath, with each heartbeat, the line between hunter and hunted blurred, and I wondered, who were we, really? Were we defined by our victories or our failures? The shadows stretched longer as the sun dipped below the horizon, the world collapsing into a silence that echoed with the promise of more to come. The night was dark, but deep inside, I felt a fire flickering, a defiant spark in the face of despair. The siege was only beginning, and we were still here, still fighting, still holding on. The air crackled with tension, a silence so thick it threatened to suffocate. The moon hung low over the sprawling city of Dardu, casting its cold ghostly glow on the cobblestone streets, where shadows danced like whispers of forgotten secrets. I stood there, heart racing, inhaling the scent of burning incense mingling with the acrid stench of sweat and fear. Tonight, the fate of two worlds hung in the balance, the clash of empires echoing through the narrow alleys. I remember the flickering lanterns casting eerie silhouettes, and the way the people moved, terrified yet defiant, shuffling through their lives as if each step could be their last. And right there, in the heart of the city, where the pulse of life beat with the same rhythm as the drums of war, I saw her, my Lin, a woman caught between her ancestral roots and the Mongol conquerors who loomed like dark clouds over her homeland. Her eyes, wide with desperation, bore the weight of 1,000 unspoken words. She was fierce, stubborn, a warrior in her own right, yet bound by the chains of love and loyalty that choked her soul. Across the square, I saw Jorug, a hulking figure cloaked in the furs of his people, standing tall yet broken. He was a Mongol, a soldier bearing the scars of battle like badges of honor, but his heart was a battlefield of its own. He had come to love the very land he was meant to conquer, yet he felt the ghosts of his ancestors rising up, demanding he honor their legacy. The conflict roiled within him like a storm, and the hunger for power wrestled with the yearning for understanding. "My Ling," he whispered, the name a prayer on his lips, as if it could bridge the chasm between their worlds. She looked up, her breath catching in her throat, the tension palpable, their destinies intertwined, yet forever at odds. A spark ignited in the space between them, electrifying and terrifying, a meeting of fire and water, love and loyalty. But time, the cruelest thief, was ticking away. The Mongol Khan had given the order to assimilate, to conquer not just the land, but the very essence of Chinese culture, and the walls of Dadu seemed to tremble under the weight of history. I could feel the heartbeat of the city, thrumming beneath my skin as the echoes of ancient philosophies clashed with the raw, primal force of Mongolian might. "Do you hear that?" My Lin's voice wavered, a fragile thread connecting her to the world she cherished. "They're coming for us. For everything we've built, everything we hold dear." Her words cut deep, and I felt the air shift, heavy with the gravity of her fears. The oppressive silence shattered as the first distant drums rolled, a herald of the chaos to come. They were not just sounds, they were the drums of destiny, beating a call to arms, a summons to the inevitable. I remember the stories my mother told, she continued, her voice breaking like glass. About how the sky weeps for those who lose their way, how the stars watch over the fallen. "Stories," Jorug replied, his voice a growl, thick with emotion. "But what of our stories? What of the blood we spill for our lands, our honor?" The desperation clawing at him was palpable, a raw wound laid bare under the night sky. Each heartbeat echoed in the silence, a reminder of the choices they were forced to make. The Mongols wanted to imbibe the beauty of Chinese culture, the silk, the art, the philosophies that spoke of harmony and balance, yet they brought with them a tempest of conquest, a whirlwind of destruction. I watched as my Lin clenched her fists, the nails digging into her palms, a futile attempt to hold onto the remnants of her world. "You think power will bring you peace," she spat. "You think this land can bend to your will? You'll only create ghosts that will haunt you in the night." The shadows whispered around us, and I felt the weight of her words settle like a shroud, a chilling truth that wrapped around our hearts. Jorug's face hardened, the conflict within him warring like the skies before a storm. He wanted to embrace her passion, to tear down the walls that divided them, yet the chains of his heritage pulled him back, anchoring him to the tide of history. "Peace," he laughed, a bitter sound that echoed against the stone walls. "What is peace but a memory? An illusion whispered by the dead." In that moment, the city felt alive, a living, breathing entity that held its breath, waiting for the collision of these two worlds. The Mongol war drums grew closer, and I felt the ground tremble beneath me, a prelude to the chaos that would soon erupt. My Lin stepped closer, her vulnerability radiating like the heat of a flame. "Then let us create our own stories," she said, a fire igniting in her eyes. "Let us forge a new path, one where love triumphs over bloodshed, where our cultures can coexist." But Jorug turned away, torn between the call of duty and the whisper of a love that could shatter empires. I could taste the desperation in the air, like the bitter tang of iron, the taste of fate hanging on the brink of chaos. Time slipped away, the moments stretching and folding like the delicate petals of a wilting flower, each second a haunting reminder of what could be lost. The shadows of the past loomed large, and as the clash of cultures approached, I knew we were standing on the precipice of something monumental, a storm of emotions, a tempest of beliefs, and the struggle for a future that remained shrouded in uncertainty. Dadu held its breath, the world trembling in anticipation, the horizon darkening with the weight of what was to come. And just as the first clash of steel rang out, scattering the silence like shattered glass, I realized that this was only the beginning. The story of cultures colliding was far from over. I remember the moment we all held our breath, caught in the heart of history, unaware that the echoes of this night would ripple through time, leaving scars and stories interwoven forever. The air crackled with tension, charged like the moment before a storm breaks. I stood in the shadow of ancient walls, the stones whispering secrets of betrayal and valor, of alliances forged and shattered. A chill swept through the alleyways of the city, curling around me like a serpent, squeezing the breath from my lungs. My heart thudded violently against my ribs, each beat a reminder of what was at stake. The moon hung low, a pale eye watching over the chaos below. I could see them, the Persians. Soldiers clad in dark armor, faces obscured by helmets that glimmered ominously in the silver light. They moved with an air of purpose, the ground trembling beneath their boots as if even the earth itself understood the gravity of the impending confrontation. I fought the urge to turn and run. There were too many ghosts trailing me, too many memories entwined in this struggle. And then, there was Azor. She stood at the forefront of the gathering, a fierce fire burning in her eyes. A warrior, yes, but also a dreamer, her spirit a wild bird, caged by duty. I could see the conflict etched into her brow, the weight of her family's legacy pressing down on her like the crushing heat of the midday sun. Would she choose the mantle of war, or would she grasp at the threads of peace still dangling in the air, fragile as gossamer? I remember the laughter she whispered one night, the words a ghostly echo in the dim light of the camp. The warmth of the sun on my skin, the smell of spice in the air. I remember. Her voice cracked, and I felt the tremors in her words shake the very foundation of my soul. Was it possible to love a land that had given you both life and suffering in equal measure? Then there was Borom, a man caught in the web of his own making. Once a friend, but now a rival, his heart was a battlefield filled with fierce loyalty and unyielding ambition. He wore his past like a cloak, heavy with the burden of choices made under the shadows of marble columns. "We must be strong," he proclaimed to the gathered crowd, voice booming like a war drum. "Strength is what the Persians understand. Strength is what will bring us peace." But I could see the flicker of doubt behind his bravado, the crack in the armor he wore so proudly. Beneath the surface, he was just a man haunted by the specters of his own decisions, a puppet dancing on strings pulled by history's unforgiving hand. I wanted to reach out, to shake him from his trance.
What if strength isn't enough?
I wanted to scream, what if it just leads us to more bloodshed? The night stretched on, a tapestry woven with threads of despair and hope. Clocks chimed in the distance, marking the slow march of time that felt both infinite and crushing. I could hear the whispers of our ancestors, their voices rising above the din, urging us to remember that blood ties could bind us as tightly as they could tear us apart. Did Borom and Azov see it? Did they understand the delicate balance we walked, teetering on the precipice of war? Shadows danced in the flickering torchlight, each flicker a reminder of the choices we faced. I could feel their weight pressing down upon me, suffocating in its intensity. I remember, I murmured to myself, clinging to the past like a lifeline. Memories of children playing in the streets, the aroma of fresh bread wafting through the air, laughter spilling over like an overflowing cup. We were once united in our simplicity, now we stood divided by pride, ambition, and the unquenchable thirst for power. The Persian territories were not just land, they were a living, breathing entity, rich with culture, steeped in history. They were the bones of our ancestors, the marrow of our souls. And yet, the allure of conquest hung in the air, intoxicating and dangerous. I felt it tugging at my heart, urging me to choose a side, to define the lines of loyalty and betrayal. A sudden shout shattered the tension like glass breaking in the silence. I turned, heart racing, as the figures in the distance began to clash. It was chaos, steel against steel, the cries of the wounded mingling with the angry shouts of men caught in a storm of violence. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, a reminder that every decision carved our fate in flesh and bone. I watched as Azov's fierce spirit ignited. She dove into the fray, a whirlwind of fury and grace, striking down foes with precision, embodying everything I both admired and feared. How easy it was for her to embrace the darkness, to become the very thing she wished to resist. "Will you become a monster?" I wanted to cry, but my voice was swallowed by the chaos. And there was Borom, caught in his own dance of destruction, a warrior whose heart was fraying at the edges. I could see the anguish in his eyes, the conflict raging like a tempest inside him, each swing of his sword a plea for redemption. "We must conquer," he shouted, but even he knew that victory could wear many faces, none of them kind. Time folded in on itself, seconds stretching into eternity, and I found myself lost in the whirlwind of emotion swirling around me. The cries for peace, the desperate pleas for understanding, all drowned in the cacophony of battle. In that moment, I understood the burden of our choices lay not just in the hands of leaders but within each of us. The strength to say no to violence, to dream of a different future, was as powerful as the swords wielded in rage. I wanted to scream, to pull them from the abyss, to remind them of the light. But here, in this moment, my voice was but a whisper lost in the darkness, swallowed by the cycle of history that seemed intent on repeating itself. I felt it then, the inescapable truth that the relationship with the Persian territories was always more than just land. It was a kaleidoscope of emotions, a battlefield of hearts interwoven with pain, hope, and the relentless pursuit of peace. And as the first light of dawn began to break, casting eerie shadows on the remnants of the night's chaos, I knew we stood on the brink of a decision that could change everything. Would we choose bloodshed, or could we dare to hope for something more? The echoes of their struggles wrapped around me, a haunting melody of what was and what could be. And even as the dust began to settle, I felt the weight of it all pressing down, a promise of more to come, more battles to fight in the heart of every man and woman caught between alliances and enmities that would shape our destinies for years to come. The ground trembles beneath the weight of impending chaos, a low rumble that whispers secrets of despair. A child's wail pierces the air, a sound so raw, so haunting, it seems to echo through the very fibers of the universe. I stand frozen, heart pounding, fists clenched at my sides, as shadows dance in the corners of my vision. It is dusk, and the sun bleeds into the horizon, a harbinger of nightmares yet to come. "Where is she?" I whisper, almost pleading. The streets are deserted, buildings standing like tombstones, their windows shattered and gaping. The smell of smoke lingers, a thick miasma that wraps around me, pressing down like an anvil on my chest. I can feel the weight of the world on my shoulders, the collective grief of a people caught in the crosshairs of conflict. Nadia is out there somewhere, her laughter now a distant memory. The last time I heard her voice, it was filled with dreams, the dreams of a future that seems to slip further away with each passing day. I remember how she twirled in the sun, the way her hair glinted like spun gold. Now only silence remains, and the spectre of her absence lingers like a ghost haunting these devastated streets. Rashid, my brother, stands beside me, his jaw clenched, eyes filled with a fire that burns too close to fury. He grips his weapon tightly, knuckles white against the cold metal. "We must go," he says, the words coming out gritted and strained. "We can't wait here." There's a tremor in his voice, an unspoken fear that betrays his bravado. I can see how the weight of our reality gnaws at him, a quiet desperation that twists his soul. "I can't leave her," I reply, desperation clawing at my throat. "Not again." I think back to the last time we lost someone, an uncle, a friend, the faces of the fallen swirling in my mind like lost souls, doomed to wander in the limbo of war. These memories claw at me. They tangibly ache, as if I can feel their presence shadowing my every move. The city is a war zone, the heart of the Middle East throbbing with wounds too deep to fathom. The irony of it all isn't lost on me, we fight for peace, yet all we sow is despair. Rashid's anger and my fear collide, a tempest of emotions that threatens to swallow us whole. I steal a glance at him, his face hardened by the horrors he's witnessed, a mask of resolve that barely conceals the fragility underneath. "Do you remember the night we played in the old square?" I ask, my voice almost lost in the wind. The stars were so bright, and we thought we could touch them. A quirk of a smile appears on his lips, a fleeting memory that momentarily softens the hard lines of his face. "Those stars are still there," he replies, and in those words, I find both solace and grief. They shine down on the ruins of our youth, a stark reminder of what we've lost. The sound of distant gunfire reverberates through the air, shattering our brief reprieve. The joy of memory is replaced with an urgency that quickens my pulse. I look into Rashid's eyes, they are a storm, swirling with the weight of responsibility, the burden of survival. "We need to move," he insists, and I nod, knowing that time is slipping through our fingers like sand. As we navigate the rubble-strewn streets, the world around us feels surreal, as if we've stepped into a nightmare from which we cannot awaken. I catch glimpses of faces peering from behind crumbling walls, fear etched in the lines of aged skin, hope flickering like a candle's flame in the wind. They are the invisible ghosts of this land, echoes of tragedy that haunt every corner. Rashid and I reach a makeshift camp, a refuge teetering on the edge of collapse. The air is thick with despair, but amid the chaos, I see them, mothers cradling their children, men trying to maintain a sense of normalcy amidst ruin. My heart aches for them, the shared grief of humanity binding us together in a way that transcends words. I want to scream, to rage against the heavens for the injustices we endure, but all I can do is stand in solidarity, a silent witness to their suffering. Over there, Rashid points, and my breath catches as I spot a figure in the distance, cloaked in shadows, moving with a purpose. A flicker of recognition ignites hope in my chest. "It's her!" I shout, the words bursting forth like a dam breaking. I push forward, fear and adrenaline propelling me, each step a prayer, each heartbeat a mantra. As I draw closer, familiar features come into focus. Nadia, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and relief, cradles a child in her arms, their faces smeared with dirt and tears. "I thought I lost you," I cry, and she rushes toward me, collapsing into my arms. For a moment, the world falls away, the noise of conflict fades, and all I can feel is her heartbeat against mine, a rhythm of survival, of hope. But in this moment of reunion, I see it in Rashid's eyes, a flicker of despair, an unspoken acknowledgement of loss. The child she carries isn't ours, it's another's. They are all another's in this war, pieces of a shattered puzzle that refuses to fit together. I pull back, searching her face for answers, but all that echoes back is the haunting silence of uncertainty. "Where were you?" I ask, feeling the weight of worry lift but replaced with a new, heavier awareness. "Why didn't you come back?" "I had to help," she says, voice trembling. "So many are lost. So many need something." In that moment, I understand. The tragedy isn't just in loss, it's in the helplessness that surrounds us. The fight isn't just for ourselves, it's for the countless souls caught in the storm. I can feel the silent screams of those who didn't make it, echoes that will haunt me long after this night has passed. Rashid, standing tall yet trembling, glances at the horizon, where darkness looms, thick and suffocating. "We can't stay here," he says, urgency clawing at his throat. "We need a plan." But as we huddle together, the air crackling with tension, I can't shake the feeling that time is slipping away. I remember the stars we used to chase, the dreams we dared to dream. In this moment, beneath the weight of the cosmos, we are but fleeting shadows, lost, searching for light in a night that stretches on, unforgiving and relentless. Together, I say, and their faces turn toward me, a flicker of hope igniting within the swirling despair. "We face this together." And with that promise whispered like a secret into the darkness, we step forward into the unknown, hearts beating as one against the chaos that surrounds us. The battle rages on, but we will not falter, not tonight. The echoes of our love, our pain, and our shared human spirit will guide us through the storm. The night hung thick with tension, like the breath of a predator poised to strike. Shadows danced around the flickering fire, casting long silhouettes that whispered of unspeakable fates. Beneath the stars, two figures stood, hearts pounding in the silence that was anything but peaceful. The chill of the Mongolian steppe gripped them, a reminder that beneath the vast cosmos lay a world governed by laws as unforgiving as the winter winds. I remember the weight of that moment, the air so electric that it buzzed against my skin. Kadak, his brow furrowed with anxiety, stared into the fire, his hands trembling, not from the cold but from the burden of the yasa, the ancient code that ruled our lives. His voice broke the silence, raw and edged with fear. "What if we fail? What if the Khan finds out about the raid?" Beside him, Iona, fierce and determined, clenched her jaw until her teeth rattled. She was no stranger to fear, it was the fire that fueled her resolve. "We won't fail. We can't. The yasa demands loyalty, or it demands blood." Her eyes shimmered like the stars overhead, unyielding, cutting through the darkness with a fierce intensity. But within her, I could see the flicker of doubt, a shadow lurking, whispering that the rules we followed were not made for the likes of us. The yasa, it echoed in our minds, a symphony of ancient wisdom and brutal necessity. A code forged in the crucible of conquest, where mercy had no place, and justice was as swift and merciless as an arrow. I could feel its presence, a palpable force that coiled around us, squeezing tighter with every heartbeat, every passing moment filled with the weight of impending doom. I remember the stories of those who had crossed the Khan, the traitors whose heads adorned the stakes, their eyes wide with the horror of betrayal. Each tale was a warning, a reminder that to violate the yasa was to invite a storm upon oneself, a tempest of retribution that could shatter bones and dreams alike. Kadak's fear was not unfounded, we were mere mortals in the face of a divine wrath, our fates entwined with the hands of a man who wielded power like a sword. Iona took a step closer to Kadak, her voice low and fierce, wrapping around him like a cloak of courage. "You think he doesn't know? You think we're invisible?" He's watching us, measuring every heartbeat, every breath. Show him weakness, and we're done. Her passion ignited something deep within me, a flame that flickered with the hope of defiance. But my heart wavered, caught in the gears of a world that demanded perfection from imperfect souls. The crackle of the fire filled the space between us, a reminder of the warmth we clung to in a world so cold. As the stars blinked overhead, I felt the enormity of what lay ahead. The Yasa was not just a set of laws, it was a legacy carved into our bones, a testament to the Mongol spirit that burned bright and fierce. Yet, with every rule, every decree, came the burden of choices, choices laden with consequences that could either bind us together or tear us apart. I remember the night my father spoke of the Yasa, his voice echoing through the darkened air like a distant thunderstorm. Loyalty, justice, strength, he had whispered, each word a prayer, a commandment. But remember, the Yasa does not forgive. Betray it, and you are lost. I was just a boy then, wide-eyed and eager to believe in the strength that coursed through our blood. But now, I stood at the precipice of betrayal, the lines blurred between right and wrong, loyalty and survival. As our breaths mingled with the night, I caught a glimpse of the future, a gnawing uncertainty that coiled tighter around my heart. What if we were caught? What if the Khan's men discovered our plot? The thought sent a shudder down my spine, and I could see it mirrored in Kadak's eyes. Fear, raw and unfiltered, hung between us like a noose. The air shifted. A rustling in the brush sent a jolt of adrenaline through my veins. Kadak's hand instinctively reached for the hilt of his dagger, and Iona's posture shifted, ready to spring into action. The tension was palpable, suffocating. Were we about to face the wrath of the code we had sworn to uphold? The shadows seemed to grow, and in that moment, I understood the weight of the Yasa, the burden it placed upon our shoulders, heavy as iron chains. But then, the rustling stopped. Silence enveloped us once more, a heavy cloak of dread that held the promise of violence. I could feel the night pressing in, wrapping around my throat, squeezing the breath from my lungs. Our fates were tangled in an intricate dance, a waltz of fear and hope that spun out of control. In the darkness, our choices lurked, blood-soaked, ghostly reminders of the past that beckoned us forward. Trust the Yasa, Iona murmured, her voice a whisper of defiance, yet laced with uncertainty. It will guide us. But could it? Could a code written in blood really lead us to freedom? Or would it lead us straight into the jaws of despair? I wished I could believe her. I wished I could drown out the doubts that clawed at my mind, the memories of those who had come before us, trapped in the web of the Yasa, their lives extinguished like the embers of our fire. But the truth was inescapable, loyalty came at a cost, and the choices we made tonight would echo through eternity. The flickering flames cast a warm glow against Iona's face, illuminating the fierce determination etched into her features. I could see the fight within her, a burning desire to break free from the shackles of the past. Kadak, on the other hand, seemed to crumble under the weight of expectation, his hesitation a stark contrast to her fire. They were two sides of the same coin, the warrior and the dreamer, bound by the Yasa yet torn by their own desires. The tension coiled around us, a living entity that threatened to consume our very souls. As we stood there, caught in the web of our fears and hopes, I could not shake the feeling that the night was only the beginning. The Yasa sang its haunting melody, a dirge of loyalty and blood, and we were its unwilling participants, dancing to a rhythm that felt both sacred and sinister. And then, in that breathless moment, I understood, the lines of fate had been drawn, but it was the choices we made, the choices that tasted of iron and smoke, that would forge our destinies. I felt the world shift beneath us, a cosmic dance that would lead us into the heart of darkness, where the Yasa awaited us with open arms, hungry for our surrender. The air trembled with tension, a palpable crackle that hung like a low-lying fog, wrapping around the bustling marketplace of Karakoram. I remember the scent of spices, a kaleidoscope of color and sound, and yet beneath this vibrant facade, a storm raged, threatening to swallow us whole. Merchants shouted, their voices rising in frantic harmony, bargaining for survival in a world that teetered on the edge of chaos. The ground beneath my feet felt like quicksand, and I just knew, that everything was about to change. In the heart of this maelstrom stood Setseg, her eyes dark pools reflecting desperation and resolve. She gripped her ledger, pages worn from the grip of countless storms, yet her heart beat wildly with the promise of hope. "We must trade faster," she urged, her voice breaking against the tide of noise. "The silk from the east, the furs from the north, they are worth more than gold if we can just shut your mouth," Tsetseg barked her brother, Alton, his face a mask of fear. "You talk of silk while our people starve. Your precious trade routes are nothing but threads hanging by a frayed edge. Can't you see? The Mongol Empire is crumbling. We must survive." The clash of their voices echoed around us, sharp as the glint of a dagger. I remember the ghosts that lingered in their words, haunting reminders of a time when power flowed as freely as the rivers that carved through the land. Now, it felt as though shadows crept closer, slipping through the cracks of their ambitions, lurking with sinister intent. Karakoram, once resplendent under the light of Möngke Khan's aspirations, now shuddered under the weight of unfulfilled promises. The empire stretched far and wide, a vast tapestry woven of cultures and dreams. Yet here, in this marketplace, dreams felt more like distant stars, flickering and unreachable. I watched as Alton's fists clenched and unclenched, each pulse a desperate plea to grasp the fading threads of stability. "Do you think the Khan cares for your ledger?" he hissed, the venom in his words curling like smoke. "He sends us out to conquer, to expand, but his ambitions suffocate us. We are mere pawns in a game that has no board." "Then let us be clever pawns," Tsetseg replied fiercely, and for a moment, her eye sparkled with a wild flame, a fierce defiance against the rising tide. "Perhaps if we can establish new trade routes, if we can barter wisely, we can save ourselves." But the crushing weight of reality loomed like a storm cloud overhead. I felt the chill of despair seep into my bones, an icy reminder that every moment was slipping away. The empire relied on its intricate web of trade, delicate as the finest silk, yet here we were, surrounded by whispers of dissent, of discontent that pulsed through the very fabric of our existence. In the shadows, figures loomed, merchants with faces carved in stone, their eyes reflecting the greed and desperation that ran deep. They knew the stakes were high. A single misstep could ignite tensions, shatter alliances that had taken lifetimes to forge. I remember the way they moved, like spiders spinning their webs, laying traps for the unwary. Every transaction became a tightrope walk, balanced between prosperity and ruin. But then there was Tsetseg, ever the optimist, and I couldn't help but admire how she clung to her dreams. "Think of the possibilities, Alton," she pleaded, her voice rising above the din. "We could connect with the traders in Persia, open paths to the west. There's a world beyond this city, and we could be part of it." Yet Alton's gaze darkened with every word, and I could see the storm brewing behind his brow. "And if the Khan soldiers turn against us? If the other tribes see our ambitions as treachery," he hissed. "You think they will stand by and watch us thrive? No, they will crush us like bugs beneath their boots." The tension in the air morphed into a palpable creature, gnawing at our hearts. I felt the weight of it in my chest, the fear that danced like a frenzied waltz with hope and despair. I wanted to scream, to tear through the facade and reveal the truth, that in this world, dreams could bleed, and ambition could choke the life out of the brightest ideas. In that moment, Tsetseg turned away, her mouth pressed into a thin line, and I could see the sorrow etched in her features. She wasn't just fighting for trade routes, she was fighting for a future, for the very essence of who they were. And Alton? His dreams had crumbled, buried beneath the rubble of reality and fear. They stood at the precipice of a decision, each swallowed by a different darkness, a brother and sister, united yet torn apart by the weight of their shared history. Time twisted, the world outside faded into a blur as I held my breath, the air thick with unspoken words. It hurt to witness their struggle, to feel the pulse of their hopes and fears resonate within me. I wanted to reach out, to say something profound, something that would anchor them in the storm. But the sounds of the marketplace erupted around us, a cacophony of life and death, ambition and despair, a reminder that every heartbeat echoed with consequences. "Then let us be clever pawns," Tsetseg repeated, a fierce whisper that seemed to cut through the noise. "Let us carve a path through this chaos." Her voice was a lifeline, a spark in a darkened room. But as the shadows of uncertainty loomed larger, I thought about the cost of their dreams. Would they find solace in the tangled web of trade, or would ambition suffocate them? Would the Khan's vision drown in the very currents that promised life? And just as that thought took root, the ground beneath us trembled, a silent promise of upheaval, a reminder that the storm was far from over. The heartbeat of the empire pulsed with fury, and in that moment, I knew this tale had only just begun. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and sweat as the sun sank behind the distant mountains, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch and curl like restless spirits. The ground trembled beneath the hooves of galloping horses, the sound vibrating through the very core of the city. Panic hung in the air, palpable and electric, as men and women scrambled to flee the chaos erupting in the heart of the Mongol Empire. I remember the faces, twisted in fear, eyes wide, bodies frozen in time, each heartbeat a drum of impending doom. I was there, in that moment, a spectator caught in the whirlwind of desperation. I remember the feel of the cold stone wall against my back, my breath hitching as I watched a priest and a merchant confront each other in a tangle of hatred and misunderstanding. The priest, clad in tattered robes, his voice trembling, shouted accusations of heresy, while the merchant, with dirt under his nails and desperation in his eyes, pleaded for understanding. I felt the weight of their conflict settle over me, the clash of beliefs echoing through the cobblestone streets. This was the crucible of faith, where differences ignited like kindling, where the fragile threads of tolerance hung by a mere whisper. And there stood Arslan, a warrior of undeniable courage but irrepressible anger, his sword gleaming with the blood of enemies past. His heart wrestled with a tempest of emotions, torn between duty and compassion. He watched, fists clenched, jaw set, as the shadows of intolerance loomed ever larger. I could see the internal battle raging within him. Should he intervene, become the hammer of justice? Or should he stand aside, letting the flames of conflict consume them all? Tension crackled around him, an electric charge that thrummed through the air. "Your faith is a lie," the priest spat, venom dripping from each word, igniting the merchant's rage. "You're a blasphemer, a thief of souls." I saw the merchant's face twist, his pride aflame as he shouted back, "And your gods won't save you when the horde comes. They've taken everything. Everything." Each word was a dagger, aimed to wound, each accusation a chasm widening between them. The city was alive with the echoes of their conflict, a cacophony of despair. I remember the moon rising slowly, casting a ghostly glow over the scene, illuminating the faces twisted in anguish. There was a third figure, a woman named Nora, who stood at the edge of this chaos, a healer torn between her duties and her beliefs. She had seen the darkest corners of humanity, the ravaged bodies, the souls clawing for a sliver of understanding. Her heart pounded, echoing the tumult around her. She whispered prayers under her breath, each syllable a desperate plea for peace amidst the storm. Nora was caught between the two men, the embodiment of compassion, yet feeling the heavy weight of their hatred crash upon her like waves upon an unyielding shore. The night air thickened, heated by the fire of their words, and I could feel the tremors of impending violence. Arslan, strangled by his own rage, lunged forward. "Stop!" His voice boomed, reverberating through the chaos. And for a heartbeat, everything froze, the world teetered on the edge of a knife. The priest and merchant turned their eyes toward him, faces pale, fear mixing with defiance. I caught a glimpse of what lay beneath Arslan's bravado, fear of being misunderstood, fear of a world where unity fell apart like fraying thread. He was a warrior, but in that moment, he wasn't wielding a sword, he was wielding the fragile hope of a united belief. "If we fall into this abyss of hatred, we lose everything," he spat, his voice trembling with raw emotion, the vulnerability beneath the anger cutting through the tension like a knife. "We cannot let the Mongol Empire become a graveyard of faith." But the priest, stony and unyielding, took a step forward, as if to strike. "You would defend this heretic? You would side with a thief?" His voice dripped with disdain, a father who had seen his child consume poison. Nora felt her heart shatter at the words that hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Each heartbeat echoed with the weight of the moment, the potential for violence spiraling out of control. And yet, there was a flicker of hope, the glimmer in the depths of despair. I remember Nora stepping forward, her hands raised in surrender, her eyes a blend of sorrow and resolve. "No one is a thief of souls, we are all searching for light in the darkness." Her voice rang out, softer but firm, a beacon amidst the encroaching shadows. I could feel her words weave through the tension, wrapping around each man like a lifeline tossed into turbulent waters. In that instant, time seemed to stretch, the air thick with the possibility of reconciliation. It was not enough to silence the rumbles of anger, but enough to create a pause, a heartbeat where hope could pulse. The shadows still danced, the flames of intolerance still flickered, but for the briefest of moments, something shifted. I felt it, a tremor beneath the surface. In that fleeting moment, I remembered, we are more than our beliefs, we are the stories we carry, the battles we fight, and the love we harbor. But, like a cruel twist of fate, the moment faded. With a crash, the tension erupted, and I felt the world around me shatter into chaos. Arslan drew his sword, the gleam of steel piercing the darkness, and in that chaotic swirl of emotions, the cries of the city rose, shouts of anger, fear, and confusion. The clash of faith became a clash of wills, a storm that threatened to engulf everything in its path. I remember, the echo of their cries would haunt me, the shadow of their choices lingering like ghosts in the corners of my mind. And as I stood there, watching the world fracture into a million pieces, I knew this was not just a moment, this was an urgent plea for understanding, an echo of humanity's eternal struggle. The importance of religious tolerance rippling through the very fabric of the Mongol Empire, a truth echoing against the backdrop of chaos. I felt the weight of their choices, the burden of beliefs, and the flicker of hope in the darkest of nights. And as the night deepened, I sensed the relentless cycle of conflict spinning onward, the struggle for understanding stretching far beyond this moment. The shadows loomed larger, the stakes grew higher, and the need for connection, oh, how it burned. I could feel it, the pulse of history urging us forward, relentless, unyielding. In this dance of despair and hope, I realized, this was merely the beginning of a story that would echo through the ages. The shadows danced in the flickering torchlight of the council chamber, each flicker a heartbeat a reminder of the weight of power heavy on the shoulders of men who wore robes like a second skin. Sweat clung to their brows, anxiety a palpable fog swirling around them, thick as sin. Outside, a storm raged. The heavens split open, unleashing torrents of rain that felt like the tears of 1,000 forsaken souls. Inside, however, there was no solace, only a cacophony of voices echoed, rising and falling like waves crashing against jagged rocks. "Do you hear that?" whispered Reginald, his voice trembling. He sat at the edge of the table, knuckles white as he gripped the polished wood, his heart racing. It's the sound of the empire breaking apart. Across from him, Eleanor, a governor steeped in ambition yet haunted by her past, gazed out the window, her thoughts scattered like the rain outside. "You think we're the only ones who hear it," she murmured, barely above a whisper, her eyes clouded with memories of betrayal and choices that had thrown her into a tempest beyond her control. "The people know. They feel it. They're waiting." A moment passed, thick and suffocating, until Victor, the eldest among them and a man with secrets buried deeper than the roots of the ancient oaks outside, slammed a fist down on the table. "Stop! Fear is a coward's weapon. We are the architects of this empire. Let us not be moved by the storm outside." Yet his voice faltered, doubt creeping in as the echoes of distant thunder mirrored the turmoil within. "But what if it's already too late?" Eleanor's gaze snapped to him, sharp and probing. "What if you're right?" The vulnerability in her voice cracked like fragile glass, and she felt the weight of every decision she had made. She was a woman in a man's world, wielding power that felt both intoxicating and suffocating. She had clawed her way to the top, yet the higher she climbed, the more she felt the chasm opening beneath her feet. What if the very foundations we stand upon are nothing but sand? The rain's rhythm intensified, a drumbeat echoing the turmoil within the council. Outside, the city quivered, its pulse racing with the storm. People huddled in their homes, eyes wide with fear, feeling the tremors of an empire on the brink. They were the forgotten, the silent witnesses to a game of power where the stakes were lives like theirs, easily snuffed out in the struggle for dominance. Reginald leaned forward, his voice a ragged whisper, "We must act before they turn their gaze from us. We must show them we are strong." But strength felt fragile to him, like glass blown too thin. He could see the vision of the empire he had dreamed of, glorious and thriving, but the shadows of dissent loomed ever closer, murmuring promises of chaos and revolution. I remember, Eleanor's voice broke through the chaos. I remember the way the people rallied behind us once. I remember how they believed in us. Her cheeks burned, recalling the nights spent in dimly lit taverns, sharing dreams and stories with the very same people who now looked at her with suspicion. But now they see us as tyrants, puppets dancing on strings pulled by unseen hands. A sudden crash of thunder punctuated her words, and they all flinched. Victor stared at her, memories flickering behind his eyes like a candle on the verge of going out. You chose this life, Eleanor. We all did. Did you think it would come without cost? Power demands sacrifice, blood, loyalty, trust. The weight of his words pressed down on her like a shroud. Eleanor's heart twisted painfully. But the cost is too high. I have sacrificed so much already, my family, my love, my hope. The rawness of her voice shattered the air between them, and it felt as though the walls themselves were closing in, suffocating her with the ghosts of her decisions. What if it was all for nothing? Reginald's breath caught. It doesn't have to be. If we come together, show them we are united, we can quell the storm, we can silence their doubts. We can be the rulers they need, not the ones they fear. His voice rose, fueled by desperation, igniting a spark of something deep within all of them. But the fire flickered, uncertain, as shadows of doubt crept back in. Eleanor leaned back, her heart thundering in her chest. And what if that unity is just a facade? What if our very bond is a fragile veil hiding betrayal? We are all flawed, all driven by fear, greed, and guilt. The tension in the room was a living thing, wrapping around them like a noose. Victor's eyes darkened. Then we must confront it. We must face the truth of our choices, of ourselves. It's the only way to hold this empire together. Either we expose our ghosts or let them consume us. As the storm continued to rage outside, the council chamber became a battleground of emotions, raw and unrestrained. Each heartbeat was a countdown to a confrontation between loyalty and betrayal, ambition and despair, the future of an empire and the dark shadows of its past. The clock ticked, time slipping away, each second an echo of what was at stake. And then, in that suffocating silence, Reginald's voice broke the barrier, trembling yet fierce. Then let us stand together, not as rulers, but as fallible men and women who dare to confront their own demons. Let us show them that we are more than what they see. Let us be the architects of our own redemption. The air crackled with possibility, yet uncertainty lingered like a ghost in the room, haunting their every word. The walls around them felt alive, listening, watching, waiting. Outside, the storm howled, but inside, the storm was just beginning. Each character wrestled with the weight of their choices, the echoes of their fears intertwining like vines choking the very life from the roots of their ambitions. Their eyes locked, a solemn understanding passed between them, a shared sense of impending doom wrapped in the guise of hope. The Empire's fate hung in the balance, and the moment lay poised, charged with the electricity of 1,000 unspoken truths. They were on the verge of something monumental, yet the road ahead was fraught with peril. Time stretched and twisted around them, the storm outside a mere reflection of the tempest within. As they prepared to confront the darkness lurking in the corners of their souls, the echoes of their past choices loomed like a spectre, reminding them that the path to power is paved with shadows. And as they took their first collective breath to plunge into the unknown, the clock continued ticking, the world outside holding its breath, waiting for the climax that was yet to come. The air hung heavy, thick with the scent of smoke and sweat, as the clash of iron and the shouts of men echoed through the valley. I stood there, breathless, watching the chaos unfurl before me, a storm of bodies, each caught in a dance of survival. In the midst of this, I spotted her, Khadija, my sister, her dark hair whipping against her face, eyes blazing with a fierce, untamed spirit. She had never been one to cower in the face of danger, no, her heart thrummed with something wild and desperate. I will not be a pawn, she had said, her voice low yet resolute, the fire in her gaze daring the world to challenge her. The weight of our family's expectations pressed down on her like an iron yoke. To be a woman in the Mongol Empire during Möngke's reign wasn't to hold a position of power, it was to navigate a labyrinth of duties and desires, a tightrope walk between survival and submission. I remember the nights we spent huddled under the flickering light of a single candle, the shadows dancing like ghosts on the walls. "Do you think they'll ever see us?" she asked, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and defiance. "Do you think they'll ever understand?" I could only shake my head, my heart heavy with the knowledge of our fate. Women were not warriors, they were whispers in the wind, echoes of strength that often went unheard. Yet Khadija refused to fade into the silence. As the battle raged on, I felt the ground tremor beneath me, a pulse of dread. The men fought with a viciousness that sent chills down my spine, but it was the women I feared for, the ones left behind, the ones who bore the scars of their men's ambitions. They were the unseen, the unsung, carrying the weight of empires on their shoulders while their voices were stifled, lost in the cacophony of conquest. Across the fray, I caught sight of Alton, a warrior with a heart heavy with secrets. He was infatuated with Khadija, his gaze lingering on her with an intensity that both thrilled and terrified me. I could see the conflict in his stance, the longing and the fear battling for dominance. He was bound by duty, yet pulled by desire, a man torn between the rigid expectations of his society and the flame that flickered within his chest. "I can change things," he had confessed, his voice barely a whisper, shaking with the weight of his own conviction. If only they would listen. But I knew the truth, even the boldest of hearts could be chained by tradition. Men could wield swords, but the power weaved by women was often more profound, a tapestry of influence hidden beneath layers of invisibility. The clash around us intensified, the air electric with the shouts of warriors and the cries of the wounded. I felt the tremors of fear, of loss, and yet, amid the chaos, I saw Khadija charging forth, her spirit unyielding, a force of nature battling against the tides of fate. I wanted to scream for her to come back, to retreat to safety, but my voice was lost in the whirlwind of steel and fury. "Stay back!" I cried, but she was a tempest, wild and free, breaking through barriers. "I won't let them decide my fate." The purity of her conviction pierced through the fog of despair that hung heavy in the air. I watched as she clashed with an opponent, her movements fluid, graceful, a dance of defiance amidst the brutality. In that moment, I felt a surge of hope, a flicker of light breaking through the darkness, but it was quickly smothered by the harsh reality of our world. The ghosts of our past loomed large, whispering of women who had dared to rise and had been crushed beneath the weight of the same empire that venerated their fathers and brothers. Time stretched, warped by the chaos. I remembered the tales of my mother, of how she had once been fierce, a warrior in her own right before settling into the role of a wife, a choice made not out of love, but necessity. Her laughter now echoed like a haunting refrain, a bitter reminder of what could have been. Each heartbeat was a reminder of the chains that bound us, chains forged in the fires of tradition, tempered by the cold hands of power. As the sun dipped low, casting shadows that danced ominously across the battlefield, I felt a swell of despair wash over me. Would we always be destined to fight for our place in a world that refused to see us? Would Khadija's fire be extinguished by the very forces she sought to defy? In the midst of the turmoil, Alton moved closer, his eyes locked on Khadija with a mix of admiration and anguish. "If only," he began, but the words hung in the air, unfulfilled, laden with a weight that threatened to crush us all. "I refuse to be a ghost," Khadija shouted, her voice cutting through the din, a clarion call. In that moment, I realized she wasn't just fighting for herself, she was fighting for all of us, the echoes of women who had been silenced, who had been forced to relinquish their dreams. And then the clash came, a crescendo of violence, and I feared for her life, my heart hammering in my chest. The world narrowed to a singular point, the moment she faced her opponent, the fierce light in her eyes challenging the darkness that sought to engulf her. As the dust settled and the sun began to set, I felt the weight of uncertainty bear down on me. Would this be the moment that defined us, or would it be another chapter in a story written by men? Would Khadija's rebellion spark a change, or would it be quenched by the very forces she sought to defy? I could only watch as the fates of our lives hung in the balance, as the whispers of the past intertwined with the echoes of the present, a tapestry woven with threads of strength and sorrow. I was both terrified and exhilarated, tethered to a moment that felt both fleeting and eternal. In that chaotic blend of fear and fire, I glimpsed the power of resilience, of defiance, and I knew, somehow, in a world designed to silence us, we would find our voices, and they would not go unheard. The air crackled with an electric chill, a palpable silence settling over the temple as the last echoes of chanting faded. Moonlight spilled through cracks in the ancient stone, draping shadows over the figures gathered inside. There, kneeling on the cold floor, was Maya, her hands pressed together as if praying for salvation, for understanding. Her heart raced, a wild drum in a sea of stillness. The weight of her grandmother's last words pressed against her chest, a dense fog of despair. You must seek the truth, even if it shatters you. Beside her was Ravi, his brow furrowed in concentration, eyes darting between the flickering candles and the intricate carvings depicting the cycle of samsara, the endless loop of suffering and rebirth. He was trapped in his own cycle of guilt, haunted by the decision that had cost his brother's life. What if I had just... He gripped his palms, nails digging into flesh, a desperate attempt to anchor himself in the present. The temple felt alive, whispering secrets of past lives, as if it held the echoes of every prayer and every tear ever shed upon its hallowed ground. Do you think they hear us? Maya's voice broke the thick silence, barely above a whisper. She stared at the altar, where a statue of the Buddha sat, serene yet somehow distant. It felt like a cosmic joke, the kind that twisted the stomach into knots. Do you think they care? Ravi turned to her, eyes stormy. What matters is what we do, Maya. Not what they hear. Yet, deep down, he doubted the very foundation of his beliefs, wavering like the flickering flames around them. He had been lost for so long, caught in a tempest of anger and regret, and the teachings of Buddhism, with their promise of inner peace, felt like a cruel taunt. Maya caught his gaze, the intensity of it igniting her own fears. But what if, she hesitated, the words hanging between them like a fragile thread, ready to snap? What if we never find the answers? Outside, an owl hooted, its mournful call slicing through the night, a reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the sanctuary of their shared grief. The wind rustled through the trees, carrying with it the scent of incense, a heady blend of sweet and earthy, intoxicating yet suffocating. I remember, Maya's voice trembled. I remember when we were kids, and the world was just easy. We didn't worry about karma or the weight of our choices. Her mind flashed to sun-drenched days, laughter echoing in the fields, the innocent belief in magic and fate. But that innocence was a ghost now, haunting her, reminding her of the fragility of existence, the terrible beauty of fleeting moments. Ravi's breathing grew heavier, a storm brewing inside him. And now we're trapped in this cycle. Do you feel it? Like we're just... He clenched his fists, struggling against the inadequacy that gnawed at him. Like we're just shadows of who we used to be. The temple walls seemed to close in, the air thickening with their unresolved turmoil. Maya took a shaky breath, her pulse quickening. But what if we break free? What if we can rewrite our story? There was a fierce determination in her voice now, a flicker of light breaking through the suffocating darkness. Ravi shook his head, the sharpness of her hope cutting into him. Hope is just another illusion, Maya. A mirage in a desert of despair. But even as he spoke, he felt the tug of her belief, a lifeline thrown into the abyss. Could it be possible? Could they forge a new path, free from the ghosts of their past? The universe whispered around them, stars twinkling in the vast canvas of the night sky, each one a distant sun, burning with stories untold. Maya stood, her resolve hardening like steel. We need to confront our demons. We owe it to ourselves. The word surged through her, a mantra against the encroaching dread. Ravi watched her, caught between admiration and fear. And if we fail? His voice was thick with uncertainty, the weight of his family's expectations pressing upon him like a vice. What if the truth is too painful? Maya stepped closer, her eyes fierce with conviction. We've already faced pain, Ravi. We've lived it. What's worse than the suffering we carry like shackles? We must embrace it. The moonlight bathed her in a soft glow, illuminating the strength she didn't even know she possessed. A tremor of hope flickered in Ravi's heart, a crack in the wall of despair. Together, he whispered, vulnerability creeping into his voice, a plea for connection, for courage in the face of their fears. Always, Maya replied, and in that single word, there was a promise, a vow to stand against the shadows of their past, to fight for their future. And then, as if the universe conspired to test their resolve, the ground trembled beneath them. A deep rumble resonated through the temple, shaking sacred relics and sending dust cascading from the ceiling like the remnants of lost time. They held onto each other, heartbeats synchronizing in that terrifying moment. I remember, Maya gasped as the realization struck her like lightning. The earthquake, the prophecy, her voice was barely a whisper, fear creeping back in like a thief in the night. But even as the walls of their reality began to crumble, a new determination surged within them, fueled by the fire of their shared struggles. "We can't let fear dictate our lives," Ravi shouted over the roar of impending chaos. "Not anymore." As the temple shuddered, and the shadows danced with frenetic energy, the two stood resolute. They knew the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, but they would face them together, hand in hand, through the storms of uncertainty. And somewhere in the depths of their souls, they understood, the influence of Buddhism, alongside the whispers of other religions, was not merely a guide to enlightenment, but a reminder of the light that could be found even in the darkest corners of existence. The night was alive, vibrating with the pulse of 1,000 possibilities. The past loomed large, but so did the promise of new beginnings. The echoes of their shared pain transformed into a symphony of hope, as they prepared to forge a path through the shifting shadows, toward a truth that might yet set them free. The moon hung low, a ghostly sentinel casting its ethereal glow over the crumbling ruins of an ancient city. Silence enveloped everything, a heavy blanket of anticipation. I stood there, breath catching in my throat as I heard the distant echo of footsteps, a heartbeat in the stillness, a warning that something was about to snap. An old stone archway loomed ahead, ivy snaking through the cracks, whispering the stories of 1,000 souls who had passed through. I could almost hear their laughter, feel their tears. But tonight, the air was thick with tension. I wasn't just a witness, I was a participant in this tragic tapestry woven with threads of east and west, cultures colliding like thunder. I remember the first time I met Anya. Her dark eyes sparkled like obsidian, sharp and unyielding, yet there was a warmth that drew me in. We were at a gallery showcasing art that felt alive, as if each brushstroke bled emotion onto the canvas. She stood there, arms crossed, looking at a piece that depicted a war-torn landscape, the colors screaming of loss and defiance. "It's beautiful," I had said, though my heart ached at the sight. "Beautiful?" Or a reminder of pain, she shot back, a challenge in her voice. Her words pierced through me, and I realized then that beauty could be a double-edged sword, cutting deep into the fabric of existence. We were not so different, both carrying our histories like heavy backpacks, weighed down by the ghosts of our ancestors. Then there was Malik, his laughter booming, filling the gaps left by silence. He told stories of his homeland, where the sun kissed the earth with unrelenting heat, where the markets pulsed with life and chaos. But beneath that jovial facade, I saw the flicker of something darker, a shadow that haunted him, a battle between tradition and the relentless march of modernity. "You can't escape your roots," he would say, "but sometimes they suffocate you." That night, as the moonlight danced over the stones, I felt that suffocation. Anya's voice echoed in my mind, a haunting melody. We had agreed to meet here, a place where cultures intertwined, but I sensed the undercurrents of conflict rising. The air crackled with unspoken words. "Anya!" I called, the name breaking free like a caged bird. Her silhouette emerged from the shadows, but her expression was clouded, tense. "They're coming," she whispered, raw fear threading through her voice. "They want to silence us." The weight of her words hung between us, heavy as the night. I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet, a reminder that history is never truly dead, it lies in wait, ready to spring forth and engulf us. Malik appeared, his eyes wide, the laughter drained from his face. "There's trouble at the market. They're accusing us of spreading lies." His hands trembled, a storm of emotion swirling within. "They don't understand, do they? Our stories, they are not threats, they are bridges. But bridges are often the first to be burned in times of crisis." The world outside the ruins was closing in, shadows creeping closer, threatening to snuff out the flickering flame of hope that we had ignited with our shared passion for understanding. I thought of the countless exchanges, each word, each gesture, a thread binding us.
Would they unravel before our eyes?
As the night deepened, we huddled together, the three of us, an unlikely trio tangled in the web of cultural exchange, pulsing with the intensity of our fears and dreams. I could feel the heartbeat of the city, each thrum resonating within my chest. We need to stand together, I urged, my voice firm yet trembling. We need to show them that our differences can create something beautiful. Anya looked at me, her expression softening for a fleeting moment before the weight of her reality returned. But what if beauty is what they fear? She asked, a whisper of despair curling around her words. What if our voices are drowned out by the noise of war? Malik clenched his fists, his resolve hardening like tempered steel. Then we shout louder, he declared, his voice rising. We paint our stories on the walls, we sing them in the streets. We will not be silenced. The fire within me ignited, and I nodded, feeling the pulse of our unity. We were flawed, all of us, bearing scars from battles fought on different fronts. But here, in the ruins lit by the silver moon, we were more than our pasts. We were the bridge between East and West, caught in the storm of fear and misunderstanding, yet determined to carve a pathway of empathy amidst the chaos. Suddenly, the distant sound of sirens echoed through the night, piercing the atmosphere like daggers. The moment we had been dreading had arrived. The world was awake, and it was angry. Run! I shouted, adrenaline surging through me. Every heart raced, every breath quickened, a frantic rhythm matching the chaos erupting outside. We tore through the archway into the labyrinth of alleyways, shadows swallowing us whole. But I could feel time stretching, twisting around us. Memories flashed in my mind, the laughter, the tears, the moments we shared, all fueling my desperation to forge ahead. I remembered the dreams we spun together, fierce and hopeful, threads of connection weaving a tapestry that defied the boundaries drawn by history. As we sprinted, I realized this was not just a flight, it was a fight for something greater. A fight against the very forces that sought to divide us, to silence our stories. Each step echoed with purpose, a reminder that even in the darkest night, a flicker of light could guide us home. But the streets loomed ahead, and the shadows were gathering. I could feel it closing in, a confrontation on the horizon. The clash of cultures, the heart of humanity, it was all at stake. And in that moment, I grasped that our struggle was not just our own, it was a battle for every voice that had ever been stifled, for every story yearning to be told. Together! I yelled, my voice rising above the cacophony. And through that night, we ran toward the dawn, our spirits intertwined, hearts pounding in a symphony of resilience, ready to confront whatever future awaited us. The air was thick with the scent of burnt wood and blood. Shadows danced across the cold stone walls of the great tent, flickering like the last breaths of those who had fallen in battle. Each heartbeat felt like a drum, a chaotic rhythm echoing through the night, fading into the howling wind. I stood at the edge of the council, my heart hammering against my ribs, a wild beast desperate to escape. There, in the center, sat the great Khan, a silhouette against the flickering firelight, his eyes as cold and sharp as the steel at his side. Behind him, the banners of 1,000 conquests fluttered, whispering tales of glory and despair. Do you see them? He roared, his voice a crack of thunder, shattering the silence. The cities, the bloodlines, the souls waiting to be claimed? This is our moment. His words twisted through the air, wrapping around us like a serpent, squeezing tighter with every utterance. I felt the tension in the room, the collective breath held, as if we were suspended in time, past, present, and future merging into a singular point of ambition, a sharp blade about to pierce the night. Next to me, my brother Temujin fidgeted, his fingers twitching like a child held too long in the throes of excitement and fear. The weight of our family's legacy pressed down on us, a suffocating mantle woven from the threads of our father's dreams and the blood of our ancestors. I remember the whispers in the dark, I murmured, scarcely recognizing my own voice among the din. They said we would be nothing, that the world would swallow us whole. Temujin's gaze flickered toward me, his brows knitting tight. But we are not nothing, he replied, his voice low, fierce. We are the storm, the light that cuts through despair. The great Khan's vision is our vision. But those words felt brittle, like ice on thawing ground, ready to crack beneath our feet. As the Khan's voice rose, painting a tapestry of conquest, I could feel the doubt seeping into my mind, creeping like the chill of an encroaching night. Shadows loomed larger, dark memories clawing their way back. I had seen too much, the faces of those we had conquered, their eyes hollow and pleading. The weight of their despair clung to me, heavy as iron. Will we be remembered as tyrants or as kings? I breathed, a whisper lost in the roar of ambition. The Khan turned, his eyes piercing through me, reading the turmoil churning in my heart. Kings are not born in the light, he said, his tone dropping to an eerie calm. They rise from the ashes of the defeated. I shivered, a ripple of fear coursing through me. Temujin stood taller, filled with the fire of youth, his jaw set firm, unaware of the darkness lurking in the Chan's vision. We can be both, he declared, an ember of hope igniting in the pit of my stomach. We can create an empire where the strong protect the weak. But what did we know of protection? The cries of the innocent echoed in my mind, a cacophony of guilt that refused to quiet. My heart ached, a tight fist clenching it in a vice grip. The Khan's face twisted into a mask of rage, and I knew the price of questioning his fervor. The future is a tapestry, and we must weave it with blood and strength, he thundered, his voice rising to a fervent pitch. The world will know our names. They will tremble, they will worship. A silence fell after his proclamation, thick as fog. A knee settled heavily, the kind that makes the hair on your neck stand tall. I glanced at Temujin, seeing the fire flicker in his eyes, but I felt only the chill of doubt. Tell me, brother, I whispered, gripping his arm with a desperate urgency. What does this empire cost us? He opened his mouth to respond, but the Khan's voice sliced through the tension. It costs everything. Everything and more. A gasp of realization drew from the hearts of those gathered, each soul caught in the web of ambition. I could hear their thoughts churning, a maelstrom of fear and excitement. Would they follow this vision of conquest into a future painted in the blood of the innocent? The flickering shadows of the fire seemed to dance with delight, whispering secrets of betrayal and loss. Will you follow me? The Khan's eyes flared, holding us captive in their icy depths. Will you rise with me? The question hung in the air, a dark promise wrapped in uncertainty. I felt a weight crush my chest, the gravity of his ambition pulling me down into the abyss. I looked at Temujin, his unwavering spirit igniting a flicker of defiance within me. I will follow, he declared, his voice a battle cry that shattered the silence. I squeezed my eyes shut, torn between the light of his hope and the shadows that whispered of inevitable sacrifice. The Khan's laughter echoed, wild and unhinged. Then rise, my warriors. Let us carve our names into the stars. The fire roared, and with it, the haunting refrain of dreams and nightmares. I stood on the precipice of fate, one foot in the light of Temujin's courage, the other in the cold grip of despair. The vision of the Khan stretched before us like a vast, uncharted ocean. What storms would we unleash? What souls would be lost? In that moment, amid the chaos and uncertainty, I felt time slip away. The night wrapped around us like a shroud, thick and impenetrable. The echoes of our past loomed large, shadows of doubt clinging to my soul. But the Khan's vision burned bright, a beacon and a curse. And as our hearts beat in chaotic rhythm with the fire, I knew this was only the beginning, the first tremors of an earthquake that would shake the very foundations of our world. The stars above blinked knowingly, the cosmos holding its breath, waiting for our next move. The air crackled with an electric tension, a silence thick and suffocating, as if the universe held its breath. In the dim light of the candlelit chamber, shadows danced on the walls, casting figures of doubt and fear, as if the very ghosts of their past mistakes came to haunt them. I stood at the center of it all, heart pounding, the pulse of dissent thrumming through my veins. Do you hear that? Elise's voice was a whisper, but it cut through the stillness like a steel blade. She had always been the brave one, the spark in our group, but now fear flickered in her eyes. They're talking or plotting. We can't let them take this from us. I nodded, but uncertainty gnawed at me, a beast lurking just beneath the surface.
What if we're wrong, Elise? What if they're just afraid?
They're afraid of us, she snapped, her hands clenched into fists at her sides, shaking with the force of her conviction. They think we'll rise up, that we'll overthrow them. They're terrified of what we stand for, a future that isn't dictated by the weight of our ancestors' chains. Outside, the night sang a different tune. Voices raised in anger echoed through the cobbled streets, a chorus of fury and desperation spiraling into the air. Each shout was a reminder of the shackles we wore, the burdens we carried. They were our people, the ones who had once rallied behind us, eyes bright with hope, now fraying at the edges like a forgotten tapestry. Look, I murmured, my voice trembling, as if the very act of speaking could shatter our fragile resolve. We can't just throw ourselves into chaos. We have to be smart. We have to be smart, she laughed, a sound cracked and bitter. What's smart about waiting for them to squash us like bugs? What's smart about silence? Her eyes were wild, reckless, and I felt the breath hitch in my throat. I had watched her fight, fought beside her when all felt lost. But now, the fire in her spirit felt dangerously close to consuming us both. And then there was Bennett, a shadow in the corner, arms crossed and expression unreadable. He was the cautious one, the one who calculated every risk, every move like a chess player eyeing the board, but tonight his silence was thunderous. "What do you want from me?" he finally said, his voice low and strained. "Do you want me to lead this rebellion? To stand against those who've held power for generations? Because if you do, we might as well sign our death warrants now." Elise scoffed, but I could see the tremor in her hands. "We need a leader, Bennett. Someone who can rally the people. Someone who can make them believe we can win." "I'm not a leader," he replied, but the doubt in his voice betrayed him. "I'm just a man trying to survive in a world that devours the weak." But survival was not enough, not anymore. I could feel it pulse beneath our skin, a truth that had been buried for too long. The night outside roared, a tempest of emotion that suddenly became our reflection. We were all cowards, chained by our fears, blinded by the very safety we sought to protect. The specters of complacency wrapped around us like a noose. "What do you want, then?" "A martyr." I spat, fury rising like bile in my throat. "Is that what we need? Someone to die for the cause before it even begins?" Elise stepped forward, her presence a beacon of defiance. "I want to live, damn it. I want to be free. And if that means taking a stand, then I will take a stand." Her voice rose, raw and visceral, echoing through the chamber like a battle cry. The very walls seemed to shudder at her passion, the air thickening with the weight of our unspoken fears and desires. We were all caught in this tornado of conflict, the fragile threads of our lives woven together by our shared desperation for change. Bennett's expression softened, and for a moment, I saw the flicker of hope in his eyes, like a flame igniting in the darkness. "If we do this," he said slowly, the tremor in his voice replaced by a fierce determination, "we do it together. No one takes the fall alone. We either rise or we fall, together." A pact formed in that moment, an unbreakable bond forged in the crucible of our shared trauma. I felt the weight of history pressing down on us, the ghosts of our ancestors whispering from the shadows, urging us forward. This was no longer just about dissent, it was rebellion against the very essence of oppression. It was about finding our voices in a cacophony of silence. Suddenly, the door burst open, and there they stood, the guards, faces grim and resolute, armed and ready. The tide had turned. Our moment of choice had arrived, and the air crackled with the promise of chaos. "Hands up," one of them yelled, the command echoing in the confined space, and in that instant, time froze. I glanced at Elise, her eyes wide, a mixture of fear and defiance, a warrior ready to fight. Then to Bennett, who stood tall, shoulders squared, the weight of leadership settling upon him like a mantle he had never chosen. And just like that, the world narrowed down to this, three souls standing on the precipice of rebellion, hearts pounding in unison to an anthem of defiance, each of us bound to the other by blood and belief, no longer isolated in our fear. As they rushed toward us, the shadows of our past loomed large, and the future hung in the balance, raw, unfiltered, and pulsing with the promise of what could be. This was the moment that would redefine us, break us, or set us free. And yet, amid the fear and the chaos, my heart thundered with a strange exhilaration. In the darkness, a new dawn was breaking, and with it, the wild, untamed spirit of rebellion surged forth, ready to reclaim what had been lost. The time for silence had ended. The wind howled, a banshee's wail that rattled the wooden shutters of the town. I stood there, throat dry, heart pounding, every breath a jagged shard of ice in the night. Shadows danced in the flickering lantern light, twisting into grotesque shapes, a theater of the damned. The scent of decay hung in the air, thick and sickening, like forgotten dreams. I remember the first body I saw, a child, crumpled like a broken doll, skin so pale it seemed carved from moonlight. The plague had arrived, a thief in the night, stealing lives without remorse. Möngke, a once proud warrior, now trudged through this chaos, his hands shaking. He gripped his sword not for battle, but for comfort, the cold steel a reminder of a life that once thrived on glory. His armor, dented and tarnished, rattled against his chest, a ghost of the man he used to be. Every step felt like a betrayal, the ground beneath him a treacherous mire of grief. How many, he whispered to the night, a prayer or maybe a curse? How many have fallen? His voice trembled, fear clawed at his throat, choking out any echoes of bravery that once roared within him. Across the street, Yelena watched from the shadows, her heart a captive bird fluttering in her chest. She had once been a healer, a beacon of hope, but now, her hands were stained with memories of blood and despair. The world she knew was unraveling, thread by thread, and she felt it, this suffocating darkness that wrapped around her like a shroud. The sickly sweet smell of burning incense filled her nostrils, a desperate attempt to mask the stench of death. She inhaled deeply, trying to steal a moment of clarity amid the chaos, but all she found was the weight of despair. "I remember," she murmured, speaking to the darkness, to the ghosts that lingered. "I remember when we laughed, when we danced under the stars." But laughter felt like a distant echo now, fading into oblivion. The stars themselves seemed dimmer, their light swallowed by an unseen force. She closed her eyes, remembering the warmth of a hand in hers, the spark of love, and the promise of tomorrow. But now, tomorrow was a grim joke, a cruel twist of fate. A scream pierced the air, raw and unyielding. Möngke's heart raced, he sprinted towards the sound, adrenaline flooding his veins. He found a woman on her knees, cradling a lifeless child, the weight of her sorrow a physical presence, heavy and palpable. Time stopped. A moment stretched into eternity, the brutality of existence laid bare before him. Möngke felt a pang of recognition, his own mother's face flashed in his mind, twisted with despair when they took his brother. He had fought then, fought for family, for honor. But now? What was left to fight for? "Help me," the woman wept, her voice cracking like fragile glass. Möngke knelt beside her, a stranger yet bound by the same agony. He reached out, his hands trembling, unsure if he was offering comfort or just a touch of shared despair. He remembered the stories of mighty warriors who had never known fear, never tasted defeat. But here he was, faltering in the face of a plague that didn't discriminate, that didn't care for titles or glory. "I'm here," he choked out, though he didn't know what presence could bring solace in a world turned upside down. Yelena stepped forward, her heart pounding like a war drum. "Let me," she said, kneeling beside Möngke, her voice steady despite the tempest within. She was no longer the healer, she was a soldier of hope, armed only with compassion and the desperate will to fight back against the encroaching darkness. She pressed her hands to the child's forehead, whispering ancient prayers that felt futile yet necessary. "You are not alone," she murmured, drawing on every ounce of strength she had left. The chill of death lingered around them, a reminder of what they fought against, a looming specter that threatened to swallow them whole. But in that moment of despair, a flicker of defiance ignited. "You will not take her," Yelena declared, shifting her focus from the lifeless child to the grieving mother. "We will not let you take anyone else." Möngke looked at her, his eyes widening, as if seeing for the first time the power of resilience. The plague was a beast, ravenous and insatiable, but within its jaws, they could find strength. The world felt impossibly large, yet here they were, two souls intertwined in a battle that transcended the tangible. Their pain was a shared bond, a fragile thread that connected them in a way that words could never capture. The shadows around them seemed to writhe, as if the very fabric of existence was alive with the weight of their regret and fear. Time blurred, minutes stretched into hours as they fought against the encroaching darkness with their hearts, their words. Yelena's hands trembled as she worked, her resolve hardening with each whispered prayer, each touch, a small act of defiance against the void. Möngke stood guard, his heart thundering, willing to fight the specter of despair with every ounce of his being. "I remember the stories," he said suddenly, almost as if the words were a spell against the bleakness. "The stories of the great Khan, how he united tribes against impossible odds." He looked at Yelena, their eyes locking in a moment of profound understanding, a shared conviction. "We can unite against this." But even as he spoke, shadows flickered at the edges of their vision, reminding them of the ghosts that lingered, of the lives lost. The plague was a monster, hunched over their city, feasting on fear and grief. They could feel its breath, sour and rancid, creeping closer, but they were not without weapons. They had courage, they had connection, and maybe, just maybe, they had each other. The wind howled again, a chilling reminder of the world beyond. But in that darkness, amidst the echoes of despair, a fragile flame flickered to life. They would not go quietly into the shadow. Together, they would stand against the tide of despair, even if it meant facing the plague head-on, even if it meant losing more than they could bear. Death loomed like a specter, but within them surged a defiance as fierce as the storm itself. And as the night deepened, cloaking the city in its cold embrace, the battle began, not just against a plague, but against the very essence of fear itself. The darkness was relentless, but so were they, two figures standing resolute in a world gone mad, hearts beating as one, straining to carve out a sliver of hope in the vast, unforgiving night. The air was thick with unease, a silence that buzzed like the prelude to a storm. The sun hung low in the sky, its blood-orange hue casting eerie shadows across the encampment, where the warriors of the Mongol Empire stood vigil, anxious, restless, with hearts drumming a rapid beat of uncertainty. I remember the whispers, the furtive glances exchanged, each one a volley of unspoken fears. And then, the news came like a knife through flesh. Möngke Khan, the great and mighty, had fallen ill. I was there, a mere observer in the grand theatre of history, yet my heart raced as if I were entwined in the fate of the empire. The Khan, a titan, a figure carved from the very stone of the earth, now lay weakened beneath a canopy of silk. His brother, Kublai, paced like a caged wolf, a storm brewing in his dark eyes. I could almost hear the echoes of his thoughts, each one a tumultuous wave crashing against the rocky shores of duty and ambition. "Do you understand?" Kublai's voice, low and guttural, trembled with disbelief. "He cannot die. The Empire needs him." His words hung heavy in the air, and I felt their weight in the pit of my stomach. For Kublai, this was not merely a familial bond being tested, it was the very foundation of his future. The shadow of his brother loomed large, a specter that both haunted and guided him. I watched him, a man torn between love and the gnawing hunger for power, a tightrope walker on a thread of fate, swinging precariously over the abyss. In that moment, the encampment felt alive, breathing with the collective anxiety of men who had tasted victory and knew the bitter taste of loss. The warriors whispered prayers to the gods, their faces etched with worry, brows furrowed like plowed fields waiting for rain. I could see them, strong and formidable, yet fragile as the glass vases that hold delicate blooms, each man a flower closer to wilting as the news spread like wildfire. But then there was Jeeb, the steadfast general, a man whose loyalty was as fierce as a wildfire yet masked by a calm facade. I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes as he approached Kublai, his voice a low whisper against the backdrop of rumbling soldiers. "What will we do if the Khan is lost to us? The Empire will fracture, Kublai. We must act swiftly." There was a tension between them, a tightrope of fraternal love and the brutal reality of leadership, a gnawing uncertainty that threatened to unravel them both. Time moved differently in that moment, stretching and warping as reality merged with dread. I felt a knot form in my throat, choking me with the knowledge of impending loss. I remember the cries of the hawks circling overhead, their wings beating like a drum, heralding a message of mortality that I could not escape. Is it not enough, Kublai's voice cracked, that we ride into battle, that we spill blood upon the earth for glory? Now, we stand on the precipice of void. His words were sharp, cutting through the air, and each syllable felt like a lash against the skin of hope. There was desperation in his tone, a wildness that threatened to consume him whole, and I could see the shadows dancing behind his eyes, visions of an empire crumbling like ancient ruins beneath the weight of time. Suddenly, the tent flap rustled, and a figure entered, cloaked in the weight of sorrow, Möngke's healer, a woman whose knowledge of herbs and remedies had once brought relief to many but now felt like a shackle around her own heart. Her face was pale, drawn tight with the burden of her grim news. "The Khan! He grows weaker," she whispered, each word a dagger plunging into the hearts of those who heard. "There is little more I can do." The collective breath of the encampment shuddered as if the very earth responded to her proclamation. Kublai's hands clenched into fists, his knuckles white as snow, the veins on his temples standing out like roots of a tree trying to grasp at the ground. I felt the heat radiating off him, a volcano on the brink of eruption, filled with molten rage and fear. "We need a sign," he murmured, almost to himself, as if reaching out to the cosmos with a wild hope that the stars would align. In that moment, I felt the weight of time itself, a clock ticking relentlessly toward an inevitable end. Everything seemed to slow, the world outside the campus walls fading into a distant echo, leaving only the heartbeats of those present, a primal rhythm of life and impending death. Shadows crept closer, wrapping around the brothers, swirling like the ghosts of their ancestors, whispering reminders of battles fought and victories won. And then came the night, heavy and oppressive, draping the world in a shroud of uncertainty. The campfires flickered like dying stars, and in the darkness, I could feel the tension simmer, a pressure cooker ready to burst. Kublai and Jeeb stood sentinel by Möngke's side, each man a pillar in a crumbling edifice, their expressions etched with the rawness of impending loss. I could almost hear their thoughts, racing in tandem like a wild stallion, a frantic gallop toward an uncertain future. The night deepened, stretching into an abyss that swallowed everything: hope, despair, love, and pain. I remember the whispers of the men, their fears spilling out like water from a cracked vessel, pooling around their feet.
What if he is gone? What will become of us?
Each question echoed through the air, urgent and haunting, a chorus of the damned. And when the sun finally rose, spilling golden light onto the world, it illuminated a scene drenched in sorrow. The tent remained still as a tomb, a sacred ground filled with unspoken words. Kublai, with tears shimmering like dew on his cheeks, uttered a silent prayer to the sun, the sky, the universe, each breath a plea for mercy. But the cosmos remained indifferent, and the empire was about to change forever. The tension hung palpably in the air, a noose tightening around the throats of men who had once been invincible. As I stood there, a mere witness to history, I felt the echoes of their heartbeat resonate within me, a haunting reminder that in the face of mortality, even the mightiest must bow. And then I remembered, life is but a fleeting moment, a cruel joke played by time, leaving only shadows in its wake. The air was thick, almost suffocating, as the news of Möngke's death rippled like a shockwave through the camp. A silence fell, heavy and suffocating, enveloping the warriors who had once celebrated the strength of the great Khan. Now, they stood with eyes wide, like deer caught in a hunter's gaze, uncertain of what to do next. I remember the chill that crept along my spine, the gut-wrenching sense that the very foundations of our world were crumbling. The earth felt unsteady beneath my feet, as if it too was mourning the loss of a leader, a giant who forged paths through treacherous lands. Kublai, Möngke's brother, sat in the shadows, his fingers twitching nervously as he stared into the flickering fire. A general turned king, but no crown adorned his head yet. He was caught between ambition and loyalty, two beasts clawing at his insides. The flames flickered, casting ghostly shapes across his face, illuminating the deep furrows of uncertainty etched into his brow. I remember his anguish. It was raw, palpable, like a wound that refused to heal. The whispers of the court were becoming a cacophony, each voice pulling at his resolve, each word a dagger aimed at his heart. And then there was Arik, a cousin with the blood of warriors running hot beneath his skin, eyes blazing with a fire that threatened to consume him. He was a tempest, swirling with rage and grief, battling his own demons. He had been loyal to Möngke, and now his loyalty felt like a shackle, binding him to the very memory of a man whose shadow loomed larger than life. I remember the moment he spun away from the fire, fists clenched, his breath coming in ragged gasps as if he was trying to strangle the ghosts of his past. "How can we mourn when there is a throne to claim?" he shouted into the night, the words echoing like a death knell against the backdrop of a darkened sky. The echoes danced around me, a whirlwind of emotion swirling like leaves caught in a storm. The camp was alive with whispers, hearts pounding like war drums. Kublai, still in the shadows, shifted uneasily, battling the spectre of ambition that loomed like a shroud. "We must respect his wishes," he murmured, but even to himself, the words tasted like ash. Respect? How do you respect a man when chaos reigns? His eyes darted toward Arik, who was pacing now, a lion in a cage, muscles coiled, ready to spring, ready to fight for what he believed was his. The tension crackled like lightning in the air, each moment stretching into an eternity. I stood among them, a mere witness to this unraveling, but each heartbeat was a reminder of my own entanglement in their fates. I remember the chill of the night seeping into my bones, the weight of history pressing down upon me, suffocating, relentless. The air smelled of smoke and desperation, a heady blend that filled my lungs and made me feel alive even as the world around me threatened to collapse. "Do you hear them?" Arik's voice cut through the darkness, raw and desperate. "The men? They want strength. They want a leader who isn't afraid to seize the reins, not a daydreamer cloaked in shadows." His words were a clarion call, a challenge to Kublai, but beneath the bravado lay a quivering truth. He too was afraid of failure, afraid of losing everything. Kublai took a step forward, the weight of the moment crashing over him like an avalanche. "I am not afraid," he said, but his voice betrayed him, trembling as if the very mantle of leadership was too heavy to bear. I watched as doubt clawed at him, venomous and insatiable. The whispers of the court were turning to roars, and outside the camp, the winds howled like the souls of the fallen, echoing the turmoil within. In that moment, I could see the dream unraveling before us, a tapestry woven with threads of loyalty, ambition, and treachery. The stars hung like distant sentinels above, witnessing the birth of a new chaos, the cosmos indifferent to our struggles. Time felt distorted, each second stretching into an eternity, every breath a reminder of our mortality. I remember the feeling of dread, settling like a fog in my chest as I watched these two men, so different yet so alike, caught in a dance as old as time itself. Enough! Arik's roar shattered the silence, a tempest unleashed. If we do not act, we will be torn apart by those who would seize power for themselves. His eyes blazed, and I could see the madness dancing behind them, a fire that could warm or consume. The world shifted, the tension became a living thing, a creature poised to strike. Kublai's jaw tightened, and for an instant, I saw the man who had once stood beside his brother, the man who had crowned victories with laughter. "You think only of the throne." "I think of our people, our legacy." Each word was a battle, every syllable a thread entwined in the fabric of their fates. But the fire in Arik's gaze ignited something in Kublai, a flicker of resolve that began to swell with the weight of history. It was a dance of shadows, one seeking to rise while the other feared the fall. As the night wore on, the camp became a crucible, forging destinies in the heat of conflict. The cries of men filled the air, each voice a thread in this tapestry of uncertainty. I felt the pull of history, the weight of ages pressing down on us, guiding us toward a confrontation that felt inevitable, like a storm on the horizon, dark and foreboding. I remember the flicker of the fire against Kublai's face, illuminating the conflict within. I could have sworn I saw the shadows dance with glee, embracing the chaos that was unfolding. Would they clash like titans, their ambitions crashing against each other in a storm of fury? Or would they find a way to stand together, two halves of a fractured whole, each with a role to play in this tragedy that was just beginning to unfurl? And in that moment, as the winds howled outside, I understood the depth of their struggle. This was not merely a fight for a throne, it was a battle for the very soul of their lineage, a struggle that would echo through the ages, a tapestry woven with blood and tears, ambition and love. The night was alive with anticipation, the dawn lurking just beyond the horizon, waiting for the moment when the chaos would erupt. I stood there, heart racing, breath held, knowing that this was just the beginning of a saga that would shape our world. The silence is oppressive, like a thick fog that wraps around the mind, smothering thoughts. The vast steppe stretches endlessly before me, a canvas painted with fear and uncertainty. I can taste the dust, feel it clinging to my throat as the air is punctuated by the distant sounds of hooves, a thundering approach that vibrates through the earth. I remember the moment when the news broke, the weight of it pressing down on my chest like a boulder. Möngke Khan is dead. The words hit like a blade, cold and unforgiving. Jebez, my closest friend, stands beside me, his face a mask of disbelief. His dark eyes, usually sparkling with mischief, are now clouded with dread. I can almost hear the clock of our fate ticking, the hands moving with the cruel precision of a hunter stalking its prey. Jebez grips the hilt of his sword, knuckles white, and I see the fear reflected in his posture. He is a warrior, but right now, he feels like a child lost in a forest, shadows dancing around him. "What do we do?" he whispers, the words barely escaping his lips. I remember the stories, the fierce glimmer in Möngke's eyes as he spoke of unity, how he wanted to bind our fractured tribes into a single force, a monstrous tide that would sweep across the known world. His dreams were grand, but dreams crumble easily under the weight of reality. I look into Jebez's haunted gaze, and I know he feels it too. The uncertainty coils around us, a serpent ready to strike. Then there's Ada, the healer with hands that have soothed many a wound, but now they tremble as she kneels in the dirt. Her long hair falls around her shoulders like a curtain, hiding her from the chaos. She murmurs an ancient prayer, her voice barely rising above the wind. I want to reach out, to tell her that her words can't mend this fracture, but I know better. I remember the laughter we once shared, how we reveled in life as if it were an endless banquet. Now, the feast feels like a banquet of ghosts, each spirit whispering of what could have been. Jebez, we need to rally the tribes, I say, my voice steadier than I feel. If we don't, chaos will consume us. But inside, I'm screaming. The weight of leadership sits heavily on my shoulders, a mantle I never asked for. I remember the elders' faces, etched with lines of wisdom and grief. They trusted Möngke, believed he could lead us to glory. Now their eyes are filled with uncertainty, and I am left standing in the crucible of their doubt. The wind shifts, carrying with it the scent of smoke and fear. I see shadows moving, figures in the distance. Are they allies or foes? I remember the lessons of the past, betrayal lurking like a wolf in the night, waiting for the moment to pounce. We must prepare for battle, I command, my heart racing, echoing the chaos around us. Jebez nods, his resolve hardening, but I can see the flicker of doubt in his eyes. The ground shakes with the galloping hooves of warriors, our warriors, charging toward us. The banners fly high, colors swirling like the chaos in my heart. I hear the clash of weapons, the roar of men, a symphony of violence that sends shivers down my spine. This is not the glory we envisioned, it's a maelstrom threatening to swallow us whole. I remember the tales of conquest, but all I see now are the faces of the fallen, the brothers and sisters lost to the relentless tide of ambition. Ada rises, her eyes aflame with determination. We fight not just for power, she declares, her voice rising above the noise, but for the legacy of those who came before us. I feel her passion wash over me, a spark igniting in my chest, bravado mingling with fear. She represents hope, a fragile but unyielding force that pulls us from the brink. Yet, even as the storms of battle loom closer, I am haunted by visions of what might come, a world splintered by ambition, the tribes turned against one another like rabid dogs fighting for scraps. I remember the silence after the storm, the haunting stillness where laughter once echoed. Jebez steps forward, the fire of leadership igniting within him. We must honor Möngke's vision, he shouts, and I see the flicker of belief in the eyes of those around us. Maybe, just maybe, we can turn this tide. But I can't help but wonder if we are too late, if the darkness has already seeped into our very bones. The battle rages, a cacophony of clanging metal and desperate cries. Each clash sends jolts through my soul, reminding me that every choice has a consequence, every decision a price to pay. I fight alongside Jebez, adrenaline coursing through me like a wild river. We swing our swords, cutting through the chaos, but in the back of my mind, I hear the whispers, the ghosts of all we've lost, of dreams left unfulfilled. In this moment, I am both a warrior and a coward, torn by the weight of legacy. I remember the night spent beneath the stars, dreaming of greatness while the world slept, unaware of the storm brewing on the horizon. The chaos intensifies, shadows merging and breaking apart in the flickering torchlight, and I know we are at a crossroads. Victory or defeat looms ahead, and as I fight, I realize it's not just about the battles we win or lose. It's about the legacy we leave behind, the stories we etch into the fabric of time. The weight of Möngke's dreams now rests upon us, a chain that binds us to our past and our future. As the dust settles and the last cries fade into the night, I know this is only the beginning. The echoes of our choices hang heavy in the air, whispering promises of both glory and despair. And though the battle is over, the war for our souls has just begun. I can feel it in my bones, the relentless ticking of time, the shadows stretching long ahead, beckoning us forward into the unknown. The moon hangs low, a silver coin tossed into the abyss of a cold, starless sky. It's the kind of night that grips your throat and makes you listen, to the whispers of the wind, to the rustle of unseen things creeping through the darkness. The air is thick with tension, a heavy breath waiting to be released. I stand in the flickering torchlight, shadows dancing like specters around me, and I remember. I remember the way the grass felt underfoot, cool and damp, the night a quilt of dread wrapped tightly around my shoulders. Beneath the glow of the torches, I see Kublai, his face set in grim determination, eyes dark as storm clouds brewing on the horizon. He stands beside me, yet miles away, burdened by the weight of a legacy he never asked for, a legacy forged in the fires of Möngke's relentless ambition. Everything is falling apart, he mutters, voice low, barely above the sound of distant hooves thundering in the night. It feels like the very earth is trembling beneath him, under the weight of Möngke's policies that had sent shockwaves through the heart of our empire, reverberating through every corner of the steppes, every hidden alcove of our fractured souls. I glance at the soldiers, their faces hidden beneath grimy helmets, eyes wide with fear or perhaps something worse, resignation. They follow Kublai, but will they follow him into the hell that Möngke's decisions have wrought? I can't help but feel a pang of sympathy for them. What do they know of kings and their grand schemes? They know only the bite of cold steel and the taste of blood on their lips. Do you think it will ever end? I ask, though I can barely hear my own words over the cacophony of impending chaos. It hangs there like a weight, a truth too heavy to carry. Kublai turns to me, and for a fleeting moment, I see the boy he once was, the child who laughed, who dreamt of soaring beyond the endless sky. But in his eyes, the flickering torchlight reveals a depth of sorrow that chills my heart. Endings are rarely what we think they are, he replies, his voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. Möngke's choices were meant to unify, to strengthen us, but he trails off, the unsaid words hanging in the air like a noose. I understand. Unity forged in iron can often become a chain, binding us to a fate we dare not challenge. I remember the whispers of the elders, their voices crackling like old parchment. The cities will rise, but at what cost? They said, eyes flickering with the weight of their own histories, of famine, of pestilence, of kingdoms crumbling like ancient ruins. I wonder if they saw this night coming, if they felt the tremors of Möngke's resolve echoing through time, foretelling a future where the wind howls and the waters run red. In this moment, a shadow breaks free from the darkness. Aig, a soldier I once thought invincible, steps forward, his face twisted in anguish. We were meant to be mighty, he cries, raw and unfiltered, not pawns in a game of kings. His voice rises, piercing the heavy silence that envelops us like a shroud. What do we fight for if not our freedom? I feel the rage boiling beneath the surface, a torrent of emotion that threatens to spill over. How can they not see? How can they not understand that in the chaos of this empire, their lives are bargaining chips on Möngke's chessboard? I want to scream, to shake them from their stupor, to make them realize that every drop of blood spilled is a sacrifice for a grand illusion. But then I look at Kublai, and my heart aches. He is torn between loyalty to his brother and the haunting realization that this path leads only to ruin. I see it etched on his face, a canvas of turmoil and tempest, and I know that it's not just the policies that burden him, it's the weight of expectation, the burden of a lineage that has built empires and toppled them, leaving only ghosts in their wake. Perhaps we should just walk away, I whisper, barely able to believe the words spilling from my lips. Leave it all behind. The thought is intoxicating, a wild dream wrapped in silk, but the reality is far more suffocating. Kublai's eyes pierce mine, and I can tell he's wrestling with the same temptation, fighting against the chains that bind him to duty. Running away won't change anything, he says, gritting his teeth. Möngke's vision was meant to bind us together, but it's tearing us apart. I watch as the flickering torchlight reflects in his eyes, illuminating the battle raging within. I have to save them, he breathes, a fierce determination igniting his spirit. But save them from what? From the ghosts of their own making? From the inevitability of power's law? The question hangs heavy in the air, begging for an answer we cannot provide. I feel the ground shake beneath me, not just from the hooves of the approaching army, but from the tremors of the past clawing at the present, threatening to erupt. The night thickens, a swirling mass of shadows and uncertain fates. In that moment, Kublai steps closer, faces the horizon where the first hints of dawn threaten to break. We stand at a crossroads, he says, voice steady as a heartbeat. We can either succumb to the darkness or carve our own path through it. I want to reach out, to grasp his arm, to hold on as if our connection can shield us from what lies ahead. The air crackles with potential, the promise of rebellion igniting the air. We are not just players in this game, we are the architects of our destiny, even if it means walking a path riddled with thorns made sharp by our choices. The approaching thud of hooves grows louder, a relentless tide of fate washing over us. I remember the elders' faces, the weight of their warnings, and I feel the fear creeping back, curling around my heart. But Kublai stands firm, a pillar in the storm, and for a brief moment, I dare to believe that we can change everything. The wind howls, the torches flicker, and I know this is just the beginning. Every breath in my chest feels like a prayer, a plea to the cosmos that we can find our way through. The ghosts of Möngke's policies swirl around us, casting long shadows that stretch into eternity. And just as I think we might find light, a new darkness approaches, and we stand on the precipice together, hearts racing, ready to plunge into the unknown. Time stretches thin as we steel ourselves for the storm. The dawn may yet break, but for now, the night is alive, and our story has just begun. The wind howled like a banshee, ripping through the camp as men huddled, their breath visible in the chill of a night that seemed endless. Flickering torches cast ghostly shadows that danced against the canvas walls, echoing the turmoil in their hearts. Somewhere, a distant scream pierced the air, a reminder that war was not just a backdrop, but a living, breathing entity. I remember the moment when fear became palpable, crawling beneath my skin like an uninvited guest, tightening my throat until I could scarcely breathe. Möngke Khan, the young emperor who wore his crown like a noose, stood at the center of it all, his gaze piercing through the smoke, searching for something beyond the chaos. He wore the weight of his lineage like a shroud, heavy and suffocating. There was a fire within him, a flicker of defiance against the swirling tides of fate, yet it was shadowed by doubt. I remember how he clenched his fists, the muscles in his arms taut as bowstrings, his jaw set in a grim line. He was a man caught between the towering expectations of his ancestors and the whispers of his own heart, which begged him to forge a path of his own. Standing beside him was Kutulun, a warrior woman whose spirit blazed like the torches illuminating the night. Her hands were calloused, yet delicate, having wielded both sword and sorrow. I watched her struggle, eyes aflame with fury, yet filled with an ache as profound as the darkest abyss. She had been raised in the shadow of the mighty, but longed to escape the roles that suffocated her. I remember her voice, fierce yet tinged with vulnerability, as she called out to Möngke, "You are more than a puppet in this game. Show them who you are." Her challenge hung in the air, a tangible thing, daring him to step into the light or remain forever a mere silhouette. Then there was Batu, the loyal companion, forever torn between duty and desire. He watched Möngke with an intensity that burned like a brand. His heart drummed a wild rhythm in his chest, a beat that echoed his unspoken love for Kutulun. But love was a dangerous game, one played on a battlefield where alliances shifted like the sands of the desert. I remember the way he clenched his teeth, a lone tear escaping to trace a path down his dirt-streaked cheek. "You have the power," he whispered, almost to himself, but I heard the weight of his longing, the raw, unspoken plea. The night deepened, swallowing the world in its inky embrace. The air thickened with the scent of smoke and sweat, mingling with something more sinister, a hint of betrayal, a suggestion of impending doom. The stars flickered above, distant and cold, as if mocking the turmoil below. And there, in that swirling maelstrom of emotion, I felt the heartbeat of history thrumming beneath my very feet, a reminder that every moment is fleeting, yet eternal. Möngke stepped forward, uncertainty etched deep into his brow. The shadows whispered around him, urging him to embrace his birthright with both hands, to crush his enemies underfoot and extend his empire beyond the horizon. But did he want it? I could see the conflict raging within him, a tempest that threatened to drown the man he wished to be. I remember him raising his chin, defiance dancing in his eyes for just a flicker of a heartbeat. "I will not be a shadow," he declared, but even I could hear the tremor in his voice, a crack that threatened to split the very fabric of his resolve. In that moment, everything hung in a fragile balance. Kutulun stepped forward, emboldened by his words yet haunted by the knowledge of what was to come. There was a fierceness in her gaze, but also a glimmer of fear, the kind that gnawed at the edges of her courage. "Then lead with your heart, not your sword," she urged, her words like a lifeline thrown into stormy waters. "Do not let the past dictate your future." But the past was a relentless ghost, a specter that haunted every corner of his mind. Voices echoed, his ancestors, whispers of blood and honor, the weight of legacy pressing down like a mountain. I remember the silence that followed, thick and heavy, broken only by the crackling of the fire. It was as if time itself held its breath, waiting for him to make a choice that would ripple across history. The moment stretched, a taut wire ready to snap. And then, like thunder breaking the stillness, the call to arms sounded. The clash of swords, a symphony of chaos, erupted outside the camp. The ground shook beneath us, a reminder that war spared no one, even the most noble of hearts. I could feel the dread clawing at my insides, a familiar companion in these dark times. As chaos erupted, Batu reached for Kutulun, their eyes locking in an unspoken vow. I felt the weight of their unfulfilled potential, a love suspended in the void, trapped between duty and desire. "I will find you," he promised, before he plunged into the fray, a fleeting silhouette swallowed by the night. And Möngke, his breath caught in his throat, turned his back to the encroaching darkness. I remember his final glance at Kutulun, a moment weighted with the gravity of everything left unsaid. "I will fight," he declared, and with that, he stepped into the maelstrom, leaving behind the flickering light of hope, that fragile thread of connection woven between them. The battlefield roared, a cacophony of anguish and valor, and I felt the pulse of their lives intertwining in the chaos. Their stories were not just theirs, they were a part of something larger, woven into the tapestry of destiny itself. In the heart of this turmoil, I could sense the echoes of history, the whispers of choices made and unmade, reverberating through time, a haunting melody that would never truly end. And in that moment, amidst the ghosts of the past and the specters of the future, I knew that every heart lay bare, exposed to the winds of change, and that the shadows of their choices would linger long after the last battle cry had faded into silence. The night consumed them, and I could only watch as they vanished into the abyss, knowing that the dawn would rise again, but not without first embracing the darkness. The air was thick with tension, a taut string ready to snap. Beneath the vast Mongolian sky, the ground trembled with the weight of history and ambition. I stood at the edge of the encampment, my heart pounding, each beat a reminder of the fragile balance between power and chaos. Shadows danced around me, flickering like memories of the past, whispering secrets of great men whose names echoed across the endless steppes. I could feel their presence, Genghis, Kublai, and now Möngke Khan, the latest in a lineage of titans. Möngke's brow furrowed as he listened to his advisors, their words cutting through the air like arrows, sharp and precise. I remember the way he clenched his jaw, the tension coiling around him like a serpent, ready to strike. He was not just a ruler, he was a man burdened by the weight of expectation, a storm brewing within. He was a lion among sheep, yet a lion that feared the encroaching shadows of his predecessors, their triumphs and their failures looming over him like specters. Among the advisors, one stood out, Jabei, a seasoned warrior with a heart that mirrored the vastness of the steppe. He wore scars like badges, each one a testament to battles fought and lost, love gained and lost again. He watched Möngke with a fierce intensity, eyes blazing with both loyalty and fear. I saw the way his hands trembled as he clutched the hilt of his sword, a physical manifestation of his inner turmoil. He longed for freedom in the chaos, yet he was tethered to the very man who could bring both glory and doom. And then there was Eileen, a woman caught in a world dominated by men, her spirit as wild and untamed as the winds that swept across the plains. She was fierce, with a mind like a blade, a sharp, cutting presence in a room full of dull swords. Her heart ached with love for Jabei, yet she felt the pull of ambition, a siren's call that whispered promises of power and freedom. I remember the way her eyes sparkled with defiance, the way she stood her ground amidst the swirling chaos, even as her heart threatened to shatter beneath the weight of conflicting desires. What haunted them all was the specter of comparison, Möngke, the third son of Tului, constantly measured against his forebears. Genghis had united the tribes with an iron fist, a visionary who carved empires from flesh and blood. Kublai, the dreamer, who transformed conquest into culture, leaving behind a legacy of prosperity. And here stood Möngke, caught in the crossfire, the mournful realization that he would never escape their shadows. The weight of legacy pressed down like an anvil, threatening to crush him under the sheer magnitude of what was expected. In this moment, the air thickened with anticipation. "What will you do, Möngke?" Jabei's voice cut through the tension, a question heavy with implications. The silence that followed was suffocating, a chasm filled with unspoken fears. I could see Möngke's eyes narrow, the internal battle raging within him, a king grappling with the demons of doubt, striving to carve his own path through the thorns of history. He looked toward the horizon, where the sun dipped low, casting an orange glow across the barren landscape. It was as if he were searching for answers in the fading light, a cosmic map that could guide him through the labyrinth of power. "I will forge my own legacy," he finally declared, but even I could hear the tremor in his voice, the uncertainty lurking beneath the bravado. And yet, as the words hung in the air, I remembered the echoes of the past, how Genghis had whispered sweet promises of unity, only to drown them in rivers of blood. The duality of man danced before me, the slick sheen of ambition mingling with the grime of betrayal. I could almost taste the bitterness, it clung to the back of my throat like the dust of the steppe. But in that moment, as the sun sank lower and the shadows elongated, Eileen stepped forward, the fierce light of determination igniting her features. "We must break the cycle," she urged, her voice steady, unwavering. "You are not them, Möngke. You must be more. You must be the storm that changes the course of history." Möngke's gaze flickered between her and Jabei, two souls intertwined in a web of love, loyalty, and ambition. I felt the weight of their choices pressing down, a relentless tide threatening to wash them away. The cosmic dance of fate played out before me, a surreal tapestry woven from threads of history and destiny, each choice a knot tightening the fabric of their lives. And as darkness descended, I could feel the chill creeping in, a reminder of the ghosts that lingered in the corners of their minds. The echoes of past Khans haunted them, a chorus of whispered regrets and unfulfilled dreams. They faced the abyss together, a trio bound by hope and fear, ready to confront the specters of their own making. Suddenly, the moment shifted. I could feel it, the air crackling with energy, the tension ready to explode. Jabei's hand flew to his sword, Eileen's breath caught in her throat, and Möngke stood at the precipice of decision, the weight of empires resting on his shoulders. The world held its breath, the stars above witnessing the unfolding drama, the eternal struggle between ambition and legacy, the haunting question echoing through time, who would rise and who would fall? And just like that, the story twisted, spiraled, and coiled like a serpent, leaving me suspended in an emotional void, grasping at threads of possibility, each heartbeat pounding with the promise of confrontation and the ache of unresolved emotions. The night was alive with the tension of what lay ahead, and I found myself breathless, desperately yearning for the next chapter, the next revelation, the next heartbeat of fate. The air crackled with tension, the very sky seemed to hold its breath. In the distance, a flicker of fire, a gathering storm of flame and fury. The banners snapped like the jaws of a great beast, each one a testament to glory and ambition, now tearing at the seams of a crumbling empire. I stood there, heart racing, as the echoes of war drums reverberated in my chest, the weight of 1,000 histories pressuring my soul. How did we arrive here? How did the unbreakable Mongol Empire, once a tapestry woven of strength and terror, begin to fray at its edges? I remember the chill in the air as Temujin, Genghis Khan, rose from humble beginnings, uniting tribes with a ferocity that would carve the world. The lightning of his ambition ignited the passion of his warriors, their spirits roaring like the wind through the vast steppes. But here, in the shadow of his legacy, the air thickened with dread, a fog of discontent suffocating every dream of glory. The land that bore the burden of unyielding conquest now cradled the seeds of its own destruction. Temujin's grandson, Kublai Khan, sat in his opulent court, a world removed from the grit of battle. He wore the crown like a heavy yoke, each jewel a reminder of the empire's splintering. I watched him, trapped in the gilded cage of his own making, struggling to understand the shifting tides of loyalty among his people. There was a haunting beauty in his vulnerability. He was more than a ruler, he was a man haunted by the ghosts of his forefathers, whispering warnings into the night. The laughter of his courtiers felt like the clatter of bones, each joke a reminder of the impending doom overshadowing their feasting. The cracks in the empire were beginning to show. As the Mongol horsemen, once symbols of invincibility, recoiled from the fierce resistance of the Chinese, I felt the tremors of disillusionment ripple across the crowded tents. I saw their eyes, fierce yet dimmed, reflecting the weight of uncertain futures. Men once fierce and proud now whispered fears of rebellion, their hearts heavy with betrayal. The empire was a wolf losing its pack, and I was standing at the edge of a precipice, watching it all unfold. And then there was Jeeb, a warrior who had tasted blood and glory, now haunted by the spectre of his own ambition. His laughter, once a boisterous roar that could rally the fiercest of warriors, had turned hollow, echoing through the stillness like a forgotten prayer. I watched him each night as he sat by the flickering fire, his thoughts drifting like smoke into the star-studded sky. "What's left for men like us when the world we knew fades into shadows?" he would mutter, the crackling embers a stark reminder of the warmth that was slipping away. His hands, calloused and scarred, trembled as he crafted a bow, a tool of both war and survival, and yet, it was the very object that symbolized the empire's might that now felt like a burden, a reminder of his own fading strength. I remember the whispers that floated through the air like deadly petals. In the corners of the grand halls, tales of betrayal festered like an untreated wound. The Chinese, rising against their oppressor, gathered strength in the shadows. You could feel it, the visceral fear that clawed at the hearts of the Mongol elite, the realization that their power was not a divine right but a fragile illusion. Each plot and counterplot swirled around in a chaotic dance, a ballet of ambition and desperation that left me breathless. And then, the plague arrived, a ghostly spectre cloaked in darkness, slipping through the cracks of the empire. It crawled with a maddening silence, a creeping horror that turned laughter into screams. The streets once filled with the vibrant pulse of life now lay still, the shadows of the dead haunting the corners with a chilling finality. The blackened sky mirrored the despair of its people, and in those moments, I felt my heart shatter like glass. The mighty Mongols, who had once ridden forth as a storm, were now mere phantoms, their spirits tethered to a nightmare they could neither fight nor flee. I watched as betrayal festered in the hearts of kinsmen. Jeeb's eyes, once fierce, now reflected a sorrow that could drown oceans. "We built a kingdom on bones, and now those very bones are rising to reclaim what was never ours," he whispered, a tear carving a path down the dust of his cheek. He was fighting his own battle, not against the enemies at the gates, but against the spectre of despair that loomed within. And in the moments of his darkest reflection, I saw the fragile state of humanity laid bare, the yearning for power, the fear of loss, the relentless grip of mortality. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world into twilight, I sensed the final throes of an empire unraveling, the end of an era echoing through the barren fields and crumbling walls. The air grew thick, heavy with prophecy and loss. Kublai Khan, once a man of destiny, now stood at the precipice of despair, unable to grasp the threads of his own creation. The shadows lengthened, and the ghosts of a million dreams whispered their lament, warning of the inevitable collapse that awaited. "Can we turn back the tides?" he cried, his voice cracking under the weight of the question. But the answer hung in the air, silent as the grave. A bitter truth lay before us: empires built on the backs of the broken will eventually crumble, just as dreams, once vivid, fade into the abyss. The Mongol Empire, once a roaring fire, now flickered dangerously close to extinction. The embers of its glory ignited the darkness, casting long shadows that whispered of an uncertain future. And as I stood among these fallen titans, I realized there is no true dominance without the loyalty of hearts. For in the end, it is not swords that conquer, but the strength of kinship, not the fear of death, but the weight of dreams unfulfilled. With every heartbeat, every breath, the story spun onward, a relentless cycle of rise and fall, echoing deep into the night. The rain hammered down, an angry symphony against the wooden beams of the shelter. Each drop was a heartbeat, and for a moment, I thought I could hear the whispers of the ancestors rising with the steam. Somewhere beyond the tent, the world was raw and primal, and in this chaos, I stood at the precipice of history, a thin line between life and oblivion. I remember the scent of wet earth mingling with the acrid smoke from distant fires, how it clawed at my throat, choking back thoughts of the battle that loomed. I remember the echo of swords clashing, a promise of bloodshed that dripped like the rain itself. It was in this atmosphere, thick with tension, that I found myself confronted by two souls tormented by the weight of their destinies. Möngke Khan was a titan, his very presence a storm that could sweep away nations. Yet, even he, with his fierce gaze and broad shoulders, bore the scars of vulnerability. His dreams, ambitions grander than the skies, were suffocated by the expectations of his lineage, shackles disguised as honor. I watched him, a man caught in the web of legacy, pacing like a caged wolf, each step reverberating through the mud. As he raged against the heavens, I felt the pull of a world burdened by war. It was not just the lives lost or the cities burned, it was the essence of humanity twisted and torn, leaving behind nothing but ghosts and shadows. Then there was Kublai, his younger brother, whose heart pulsed with a restless energy. Kublai was a dreamer, painted in colors Möngke could only understand as distraction. He often looked at the horizon as if it held the secrets to a brighter future, one built on unity instead of conquest, love instead of fear. Yet, he was haunted by an insatiable thirst for validation, craving his brother's respect like a child yearning for a parent's praise. I could see it in his eyes, those flickering flames that danced with uncertainty. They mirrored clouds rolling in before a tempest. The brothers were bound by blood, yet pulled apart by their visions of what the empire could become. I could almost hear them, two powerful forces, colliding, sparking like flint and steel. Why must we be men of war? Kublai's voice trembled, a whisper barely above the storm. Why can't we be men of peace? His question hung in the air, weighty like the clouds above, challenging the very foundation upon which their world was built. Möngke paused, clenched fists trembling with the pressure of the world. Peace, he spat, the word bitter on his tongue. Peace is a luxury for the weak. How do we build an empire with dreams? People want strength, not softness. I felt the urgency of the moment, that charged tension stretching thin like the bowstring ready to snap. An empire was only as strong as the bonds that held it together, yet here were two brothers poised on the brink of war, not just with enemies, but with each other. Their conflict was a mirror reflecting the chaos of the world outside, a cycle of blood and betrayal pulsing through the veins of history. Rain dripped off their faces, mingling with tears that the storm could not wash away. It was a harrowing scene. Here were two warriors standing on the edge, torn between love and ambition, duty and desire. I felt their pain swirl around us, a living thing, almost tangible. Every heartbeat echoed with the cries of those who would be swallowed in the tide of their decisions. The ground beneath them was hallowed, soaked with the memories of battles fought and lives extinguished, each drop a reminder of what was at stake. I remember the moment when the silence fell like a shroud after their argument crescendoed into a palpable stillness. The universe seemed to hold its breath, waiting for a spark to ignite the smoldering powder keg of emotions. I could see the flicker of doubt in Möngke's eyes, the flickering hope in Kublai's gaze.
What will become of us?
Kublai whispered, almost to himself, and I felt the weight of the universe in those words, the crushing inevitability of fate. As the rain continued to pour, it became a backdrop to their mounting tension, and I realized I was on the precipice of something momentous. The storm was a metaphor for their conflict. The winds howled as if the very cosmos demanded a reckoning. I stood frozen, a witness to the birth of a decision that would ripple through history, each choice a thread weaving the tapestry of what was to come. In the heart of that tempest, they faced each other, brothers forged in the fires of ambition and familial love. We are not enemies, Kublai urged, the sincerity of his voice cutting through the storm, a lighthouse in the chaos. Möngke's brow furrowed, the weight of lineage pressing down upon him as the shadows deepened around them. And then, in that moment, just as the thunder cracked like a whip across the sky, something shifted. It was an awakening, a flicker of understanding that surged through their veins. Here were two men at a crossroads, their destinies intertwined like the roots of a long-forgotten tree, each branch reaching toward the heavens, yet bound to the earth. Their choices would shape the world, for better or for worse. Time slowed, the storm outside mirrored the tempest within. I felt the pulse of their hearts, the thrum of emotions that could either unite or shatter them. The air was electric, heavy with the promise of what lay ahead. In that charged moment, I realized this was not just about them. It was about every soul who had ever been caught in the crossfire of ambition and love, a timeless struggle that echoed through the ages like a haunting refrain. With each heartbeat, the tension grew, a living entity ready to burst forth. I could feel the very fabric of history bending, stretching, and preparing to snap. "We can create something beautiful," Kublai pledged, and the words hung in the air, heavy with possibility. For a fleeting moment, the rain ceased, and silence fell like a blanket. The world outside seemed to pause, waiting for the first drop to fall, waiting for the brothers to decide the course of their lives, the legacy of their name. Their eyes locked, and in that fervent gaze, I caught a glimpse of their souls laid bare, intertwined in the dance of destiny. The clock was ticking, and the storm was merely a prologue. And then, like a flash of lightning illuminating the darkness, I understood, this was not merely the conclusion of Möngke Khan's legacy but the beginning of debates that would echo through time, the poignant struggle of power and compassion, ambition and understanding. A cycle without end, feeding into itself, and I realized, the real battle lay not in conquest, but in the quiet moments before the storm. The stage was set, the players in place, and history would remember their names, but would it remember the choices that defined them? The world was vast, and time was relentless.